We're going to start momentarily, so please find a seat as you may. And we really don't have a lot of microphones today for some technical reason. So we really want to make sure that every entity, if you send in more than one person, at least one person can sit at the table. There are also some seats available. We still have some seats up front here, so feel free to join us at the table. We also want to make sure that we have as many agencies, as many entities as possible to have a person at the table, because we are a little bit short on microphones today. And the name tags are there at in the back on the table. And for people who had never had a name tag with us, please feel free to come up here to create a new name tag for yourself. While everyone is still trying to get situated, we'll just do a little bit housekeeping stuff. In case of a fire drill or building evacuation, please take the stairs and exit the building and go to the Cesar Chavez Park just across the street from us and wait for the building's direction to come back to the building. We also have water in the back, so please help yourself. In terms of the restroom, when you exit this auditorium, turn left past the green chandelier there, make a left turn one more time. The restroom is just on your right-hand side. The drinking fountain is also there. And today's meeting is recorded. And after the meeting, we'll also put the recording on our website. So without further ado, I think we can probably just start. And once again, we apologize that we are a little bit short of microphones today. So we all have to share. And also, we also have some people participating from watching the webcast or listening. So please do identify your name and affiliation when you start talking. So without further ado, Tony, you want to start?
Hi, I'm Tony Brazil. I'm the branch chief of the Heavy Duty Diesel Implementation Branch. I'd like to begin the meeting. Again, because we are webcasting, we'd like each person that does speak to use a microphone. And we have handheld microphones for this meeting, and so we'll need to pass them around a little bit. That way people who are participating remotely can hear you. Let's see. Introduce yourself. Yeah, so we'll have a couple of ARB people here represent themselves or identify themselves because you haven't necessarily seen all of them.
My name is Jack Kateski. I'm chief of the Mobile Source Control Division, so I oversee the regulatory and incentive efforts for all heavy-duty vehicles, including this program, and I'm pleased for you to be here today. I think the discussion today is going to be a lot of, we've put a lot of data and information on there, and that's exactly what we want to do. We'll roll up our sleeves and get into that information, make sure we can see where we've got some common ground.
And I'm Sam Wade. I'm chief of the Transportation Fuels Branch, and I oversee the low carbon fuel standard. So I'm here to answer any questions about that.
I'm Vincent Warat-Manja. I'm a member of the Weideman Group here on behalf of BYD Motors.
Len Engel, Antelope Valley Transit Authority.
Good morning, Jennifer Kropke, IBEW Local 11.
Bernie Kotlier, California Labor Management Cooperation Committee.
Morning, Todd Campbell, Clean Energy.
Charles Love with Clean Energy. Good morning, David Warren with New Flyer.
Ron Zergas with the Victor Valley Transit Authority.
Lauren Skyver, Sunline Transit Agency.
Jeff Grants and Clean Energy Solutions.
Daljit Bawa, Ballard Power Systems.
Lisa McGee, San Diego Airport Parking Company.
Michael Pimentel, California Transit Association.
Ramasir County Connections, Concord.
Bill Sproul, San Diego MTS.
Good morning, Joe Policarpio with Gillig.
Mike Maskler with Wave.
Ray Pingle, Sierra Club, California.
David Wrenchler, City of Fairfield and Fairfield and Sassoon Transit.
Good morning, Donna DiMartino, San Joaquin RTD, Stockton, California.
Donna DiMartino, San Joaquin RTD.
Morning, Bill Habib, OCTA.
Good morning, Jess Montes, LAC MTA.
Good morning, Steve Shupak, LA Metro.
Dana Lowell, MJ Bradley and Associates.
Jimmy O'Day, Union of Concerned Scientists.
Jamie Levin, Center for Transportation and the Environment.
Chris Young with Cummins Pacific.
Fred Silver from CalStart.
Kent Leacock, Proterra.
Ted Harris, California Strategies, part of the Proterra team.
Jing Yuan, ARB.
Leslie Goodbody, ARB.
Catherine Garrison, ARB.
Anthony Poggi, ARB.
Emily Heffling, Union of Concerned Scientists.
Steve Wallach, Platinum Advisors.
Shreyas Jethgar, Coalition for Clean Air.
Hannah Goldsmith, California Electric Transportation Coalition.
Nigel Brown, City of Fairfield, Fairfield and Sassoon Transit.
Jim Patchen, AC Transit, Oakland, California.
Feng Yan, ARB.
Alan Abbs, California Air Pollution Control Officers Association.
I'm Danielle Chambers with the Compliance Assistance and Outreach Branch, ARB.
I'm Jessica Johnson, Compliance Assistance and Outreach Branch here at ARB.
Cal Silcox, Pacific Gas and Electric.
Steve Otten, ARB.
Don Hubbard, WSP Parsons Brinkerhoff.
Mark Zerpa, Delta Products Corporation.
Linus Farias, PG&E.
BC Abraham, Solana County Transit.
Sarah Williams, California Energy Commission.
Jennifer Lee, ARB.
California Energy Commission.
Jennifer Lee, Center for Energy Efficiency and Renewable Technologies.
Dachun Chow, ARB. Dachun Chow, ARB.
Okay, so we do have an agenda, and I'd like to change the order just slightly. The LCFS credits, item C, 3C, we're just going to move that up to the cost discussion topic being the first item, because Sam Wade's here from the LCFS program, and so any questions regarding either that summary or the LCFS program in general, I want to make sure he's still here at the meeting to be able to answer any questions. So just a quick recap as where we are. As you all know, or most of you know, we put out a proposal a year ago for discussion with a proposed strategy of looking at low NOx engines, use of renewable fuels, and a phase-in of zero-emission vehicles for discussion. And then with the work group settings, we've been working through a number of issues, and cost continues to be a primary area of discussion because most issues relate back to cost one way or another. We've also been collecting information from transit fleets in our survey of their operations to understand more details about purchase patterns and other operational characteristics. We do have summaries of the results that we'll be discussing after lunch, and we will have a presentation summary posted online for those who are participating remotely. It's either there now or soon will be, but that'll be an item that we'll cover later in the afternoon. And with each of the cost update items, we've posted documents, and we'll have staff provide you a 5-minute overview of what those documents cover, and those relate to, I think, some of the biggest questions we had or uncertainties about cost and what empirical data tells us. So without further ado, we've had some meetings with our cost subgroup to kind of work out details and confirm whether our models are essentially doing the same thing. So Steve, do you want to give a quick overview of what's happened in the last couple meetings? And could we pass the microphone over to Steve, please? Steve Miller. There's a little bit of a lag usually when you turn them on.
I think it's on now. Okay. Sure. We met Tuesday with Tony and Sheeran and Yachin and the rest of the staff working on the cost modeling effort. So they shared with us, some of the data and stuff they've gathered. They've obviously been, quite busy. They've gathered a lot of studies and things, and have put together a couple of papers. I think everybody had a chance to see those on the website. The papers and specifically had to do with maintenance, cost literature review, battery, price projections. I don't think anything there was really new or sort of, earth-shattering information, but sort of, the same stuff we've been looking at for quite some time. The staff has also put together a electricity cost calculator, and I think that's on the website as well. So we've gotten some feedback internally from our folks, so we'll be ready to share that today in terms of, good methodology, nice calculator, but some of the stuff in it is not quite accurate, so, it needs a little work, and we'll be ready to talk about that. I have my notes for that. We were also informed that ARB is building a model that works on an agency-by-agency basis. Is that correct statement, Tony?
Yeah, that's correct.
But we have yet to see that. We haven't seen that in production yet. So we're anxiously, waiting. And that'll be interesting because some of us already have electric bus fleets, so it'll be something we can sort of try out and see if it, works for those who are already doing it, and that may, foretell, how well it will work for others who aren't yet doing it. In the meanwhile as well, I think most of you saw we did a sort of agency-specific model as well, contemplating a 22-year turnover from conventional fleet to 100% zero emission. We shared that back in February and then talked about it again in April. Since then, what we've been working on as an association is a statewide model. The model we did earlier this year was a 500 bus CNG fleet in a transition to 100% electric fleet. Looked at some various scenarios, slow charge, fast charge, and tried to estimate, what the sort of cost of that transition would be. We've since built a model that looks at the statewide bus fleet. And we've actually spent a lot of time on it. It's a much more sophisticated model. We had hoped to have it ready for review today, but there's a couple of things that are still clunky about it in terms of, for example, we want to build in midlife rebuilds, whether that be battery replacements, engine rebuilds, those sort of things. And when you start thinking about 10,000 buses in the state, it's a pretty big table to time those rebuilds into the model. So that's probably the last thing we have to do to sort of complete this model, and then we'll be ready to share it. So in the meanwhile, we just sort of baked in a per mile cost for those midlifes, because if you think about it on a statewide level, those happen all through the model anyway, so just to get that sort of estimation. So we hope to have that ready for you and your staff, Tony, within a couple of weeks, and certainly can roll it out to the rest of the folks here at the table and in the room. I will say that we've gotten a ton of great feedback and input from the industry, from our OEM partners, from our NGOs of the world. Ray Pingle of the Sierra Club has been very instrumental in helping that modeling effort. He's been at the meetings, and he has a pretty good background in financial management, so a really good resource for us. So I think what you'll find when we get a chance to roll out this new model to you, it's a pretty good model. It's straightforward, it's transparent, and what we'd like, again, once we do roll that out, is for everybody to take a look at it, poke holes in it, find the mistakes, find the problems, find the things that can be made better, and then I think we'll be, on our way to a good model that can give us a good idea of what we're up against as we, roll into a regulation here. So that's really what we've been up to since we met last, and look forward.
Yeah, and the other piece to that, assuming the model is essentially doing more or less what the original one was doing, because we compared what we have in terms of our model. The main difference is for a variety of reasons, we're going to do our analysis in constant dollars, where yours is the main difference. But other than that, we actually plugged in the same assumptions, same schedule, and essentially get the same answer. It was we were 1% different on the battery bus scenario, and so we just have to identify maybe why that was. But ultimately, I think the bottom line comes down to the modeling and accounting for costs is relatively complex, but the real issue is what the assumptions are and the key assumptions that you put in and what that means. So one of our items I think we will be discussing today too is we do intend to look at case studies of individual fleets, because we don't think the same approach will work for everyone, nor that the costs are going to be the same because of what they would either pay for electricity and or what they currently pay for fuel. And there are some operational issues that we would like to also get more information, and we'll go over some of those a little bit more in detail when we go over the survey results, because I think that identifies for us some fleets that we need to be talking to. Is there anything else that ultimately it comes down to is what the key assumptions are. And I think we're going to go over a lot of that today. And so my goal with this meeting is to identify where we do have either a consensus or a general agreement as to either an approach or key input assumptions. I think, like anything else, if we get better information, we'll continue to update our assumptions on both sides. I think that'll help us understand what the implications of any concept that we put forward and what those costs really are. So I think we'll hopefully from this meeting is take away that I'm gonna focus on where there is agreement, and then identify what still needs to be done. We don't believe we're done in addressing costs. I don't think we're going to be for a little while. We think talking to individual fleets is going to help shed some light on some details, both those who are implementing zero-emission buses today, as well as those who look a little different than a typical fleet might look, or an average fleet, because the averages aren't what we think is critical to understand for dealing with less than common scenarios. And I think that's something that we need to be able to address in any strategy that we put forward. Other point I didn't mention earlier is we've scheduled the 27th. So the 27th, one of the key items that was requested at the last meeting was to discuss alternative approaches to implementing a strategy. One of the things we want to do is promote enhanced mobility and other ways to improve transit system efficiency. We can get emissions reductions that way. And CTA specifically has asked for a discussion on performance-based approach. Right now we're holding the end of September as a date for a meeting focused on that. And then I'd like you to think about by the end of this meeting is, do we need to cover other topics as well, or should we simply focus on that? And I know there might be a conflict with a significant number of the participants with the 27th, and if there is, then we can look to find an alternative location or date. Rick.
Tony, I just want to quickly add to Steve's report. Steve has been reporting back to a subsection of transit operators as he meets with you folks. And I'm glad you mentioned that we need to talk about the assumptions. I think there's still some assumptions that we disagree on. Based on what Steve has told me you shared with him in these meetings, and based on Steve's work, I think there is probably 3 or 4 points that need to be fleshed out. And so I just want the group to understand we still got, I think we have some work there to do on those assumptions. And I'm also pleased to hear you think this is going to take a few more months to get to where we need to go, because I think we still have a lot of work if we're going to get to consensus.
Great. Yeah, somehow I suspect you won't allow me to leave this meeting without identifying what those are, and I'm not going to let you leave anyway without clarifying that. So,
I think, this is Steve again. I think, you know, the value of this meeting today will be getting those areas that need work out on the table so that everybody can have a chance to, you know, have some input on it, because we've been meeting in, you know, relatively small groups, but it always seems to be of great value when we, you know, talk to the greater group and get inputs that we weren't aware, you know, were out there. And I think since the last time we've met, there's been some progress in a lot of areas. There's some more information from LA on their demonstration that I hope we get a chance to hear about today. There's some further data from some of the other operators. U.S. Energy Information Administration released their 2016 outlook, and it's there's some differences from 2015, so we need to explore that a little bit and decide how we're going to use that information in the model and other things of that nature. So I see that as you know, the real sort of goal for the meeting today. So.
Actually, that provides for, I think, a perfect segue to the next item. So one of the things we've been trying to do to make sure that people did have ability to comment and understand the various issues to the extent they want to be involved in the details. We posted a number of documents which we're going to kind of touch on today that all relate, ultimately relate back to costs. And so I expect we'll have different details and issues covered on each of those. But so for the cost update items, I'd like to go over how the LCFS credits change over time. So for each of these documents or summaries, we put information online for review for discussing here at this meeting. So our intent is to give you just a recap if you haven't read it, so you kind of get an understanding of what it includes and what it shows. And then we are interested in getting comments on any of the documents, whether they be written comments or verbal comments here today. That would be great. I think somebody had asked earlier, is there a deadline for receiving those? We would appreciate getting feedback on those in the next couple of weeks so that we can factor it into thinking going forward. But if it does take longer, we're going to reflect the best information we have on anything that we do. So if we get information or new information brought to our attention a month from now, again, we'll factor that in as appropriate. But the idea was to have these so people could see what they were based on, because a lot of these questions that we're trying to answer were questions that we brought up as a group, and to see what, make sure that we're all using these the same way. So is anybody going to cover, okay, I guess I'll just provide a quick recap. So for the LCFS program, I think most of the group here is already familiar with it. And what we did is provide simply a one-page discussion paper. I think there's consensus that we would reflect the value of LCFS in terms of any modeling analysis. LCFS program ultimately provides economic benefit for those who are producing renewable fuels or using electricity or producing their own fuels that have a lower carbon intensity than either diesel or gasoline. And the value of that does change because the targets for that program are declining from now through 2020. And so the paper simply summarizes how that would change given a fixed credit value, because it's easier to look in dollars than in terms of the count of credits. And I think the bottom line summary of that is for most of the fuels, the change isn't a huge change other than for conventional natural gas, since it's just barely below the 2020 target, that the incremental benefit is considerably smaller. But for renewable natural gas or electricity, that they are well below the given target, and so the change is not a very big change. But that's some information. There was some question because it wasn't clear at the time about that. So were there any comments or questions about that particular summary? And I'd also open up the questions that if there's anything that relates to the LCFS program in general. Sam's here, so if there's other discussion topics that you want to cover on that, I think it would be an opportune time to do that now.
I have the microphone in front of me. Steve, Golden Gate Transit. One thing that we, felt was important in terms of low carbon fuel standard is really that's belongs on the funding side of the equation. It's a, incentive program. We feel it's, somewhat discretionary, and you may disagree with me on this, and certainly we're willing to listen, but the LCFS is a program that, is it going to be around in 2030? We're building, sort of this regulation that's going to go on for 22 years. And can we count on LCFS for 22 more years? Or is this something that should be included on the funding side of the equation so that we at least understand the cost and then can put back in on the funding side? Because really that's the goal of this exercise, figure out what this regulation is likely to cost, and then figure out how we're going to fund it. And I see LCFS as part of the funding side of the equation, not really part of the cost side, because agencies still have to write the check for the electricity bill and then, gain their credits and deal with, administering those credits and things. And, given the recent sort of underwhelming performance of the cap and trade auctions, everyone is sitting at the table wondering, if there's going to be money to fund this thing for, out into the future, and what would a change in the administration mean for some of these programs. So that's just, sort of our perspective on it. No matter where you factor it into the model, it's going to have the same effect. We just think it's important that it's put in a proper, category, in a proper bucket. But
So broadly, I know because we talked about this the other day, and so our initial reaction was like, wait, it doesn't fit in the funding because it basically affects everything that we're talking about. And so, as you mentioned, for an accounting purpose, I don't think it ultimately matters which bin you put it in. What's critical, though, is to the extent that you would experiment with different credit values, because I think that's going to be, that's actually another item I think that I want to touch on today, too, is I expect some of these items are going to be sensitivity analysis issues, because I don't know that we're 100% on the same page on every assumption, and not all of these have a scientific answer. And so there's going to be a range of outcomes, and I think for a number of these key input assumptions that we would want to look at a sensitivity analysis, and I'd like to see if we can have a consensus on a realistic worst case and a realistic best case, and kind of use that to kind of inform where we go. But I think my main point is, to the extent that we're going to reflect different LCFS credit values, or in your example, I'll let Sam touch the issue on the program won't be around after 2030, that in either scenario or either approach, it's that if those costs would have to be reflected throughout for renewable fuels and electricity and hydrogen production equally, and understanding the potential on market variation, we think is pretty important to understand from all those gamuts, because I think one of the things we've identified was we want transits to use renewable fuel. We want LCFS to be a program. We want it so much that we would actually propose to require it. But at the same time, then there's a different question on accounting for GHG emissions I think we'll probably end up touching on later. But bottom line, it's if the credits go down a lot, then the value to the producers will also go down a lot, and for natural gas, for instance, renewable natural gas. And then that would ultimately have a financial impact too. And so we want to make sure it's always consistent throughout. So I guess bottom line, it doesn't matter that much on which side of the equation you want to put it. It just has to be carried throughout on any analysis.
Since it doesn't matter, our preference is on the funding side.
Okay. Sam, do you have any comment on that?
Just quickly on sort of program longevity. Without any action by our board, the LCFS will continue at the 2020 target in perpetuity. We are in the beginning of the AB 32 scoping plan process, which is the effort by which the board will choose its mix of policies to achieve the 2030 target. And we certainly expect LCFS to be a major part of that suite of policies. So while it's true that there is always some policy uncertainty associated with programs like this, hopefully we're sending the clearest signal that we can that the board believes in this program and believes it's part of the mix post-2020. Yeah, Jack just requested that I speak to the difference between the cap and trade auction and the low carbon fuel standard credits. Cap and trade is a separate program from the low carbon fuel standard. They both can potentially provide value to various transit options. With respects to the connection between the two, I would say that we believe they're both important parts of a post-2020 suite of greenhouse gas policies. And the LCFS, again, is separate from the auction. So that the value of the credit from the LCFS has actually been back on the uptick again recently.
Is there a microphone on this side of the table you can pass over here? Oh, did you? I don't know.
Hello? Oh, there we go. Great. Thank you, Tony. Todd Campbell with Clean Energy. Sam, I wanted to follow up, and this is probably a very unfair question of you because of recent events, and we're quite happy to see that SB 32 and 197 passed, and will definitely be signed by the governor. And I guess AB 32 scoping plans would become SB 32 scoping plans at some point. But I think the key for us to understand what the future funding stream will be is cap and trade will go through 2020. The SB 32 doesn't really give authorization to the cap and trade program beyond 2020, but there are some hints to possible command control. And I guess I'm just curious as to how you guys see this moving forward. I mean, granted, there may be some legislative action next year, I assume, to try to expand cap and trade beyond 2020. But can you share with at least a little thinking of how we see the agency proceeding on that program? Because the reason being is the greenhouse gas reduction funds obviously are derived from the cap and trade program, and that provides the bulk of the vehicle incentives.
Yeah, understood. So ARB believes that both of these programs are important moving forward. And, we released a sort of concept paper around the AB 32 scoping plan that had a preferred scenario by which we would continue with both these programs post-2020. And so, that is still the agency's perspective. I won't speak to the legal issues surrounding any of these programs because I'm not an attorney. But I do think that as far as just the policy design and the folks here who lead this agency, we believe that both should be part of the package moving forward.
Comment over here.
This works, yeah. Jamie Levin with CT. I think it's important to recognize that the low carbon fuel standard program is a means to an end. And what's critical about it, even now today, is the ability to use LCFS credits to achieve price parity with standard conventional fuels. And so kind of connected to that comment, where do you see, Sam, the schedule for, there's a proposal on the table to move the ability to obtain the credits to the end user with respect to hydrogen as opposed to the producer. What do you now anticipate the latest schedule in making that come to fruition?
So thanks, Jamie. So within our low carbon fuel standard stakeholder process, we are talking about moving the point of crediting for hydrogen closest as we can get to the station or to the people deploying the advanced vehicles. And so we had been discussing that for a rulemaking later this year. That is still the plan, although obviously with the passage of SB 32 and some of the other pieces in motion here, it's possible that could slip. But that is something that is on the table within our rule, and it's something we're actively working toward right now.
I'm going to let Lisa speak, and then Todd, you could be next.
This is Yaqin Chow from ARB. I'd like to maybe follow up on Steve's earlier comment before maybe Lisa, you get to your point, if you don't mind. So Steve, you mentioned that you prefer to move LCFS credit value to the funding side. I think that is going to change the formula a little bit, because currently we are seeing that renewable natural gas being purchased at the price of fossil natural gas. We're also seeing renewable diesel being purchased at like somewhere around maybe 50 cents, even lower than fossil diesel. Without LCFS and RFS credits, we won't be able to see that kind of cost parity. So if we move LCFS to the funding side, currently basically we zero out all the we turn all the funding opportunities to zero in our cost model. So if we move those items to the funding side, we'll have to update the cost portion for renewable natural gas and the renewable diesel, and that is going to create a lot of different numbers for us to see. Is that still what you prefer, or is that still what you would recommend?
Well, and I appreciate those comments, Yachin, and I think that plays into a even greater issue that, to me, underscores the fact that the credits need to be on the funding side of the equation, because that's a potential cost of this regulation as well. If this regulation, as contemplated, requires the use of those renewable fuels, and if Lord forbid something happens to LCFS, then all of a sudden this regulation that's maybe a couple $2 billion could balloon into something unmanageable in terms of fuel cost. You mentioned could be double for renewable fuel, could be double for renewable diesel. Well, if we're required by a regulation to use those fuels, and we're counting on what is basically a discretionary program that is not codified in any way, then we run the risk of, in 5 years, 10 years, ending up with really exorbitantly high fuel costs. Now, the upside of that is it certainly makes the electric and fuel cell buses look better priced in terms of operational cost. But I think it's an important point that if we're required also as part of this regulation to use the renewables, that we have the model reflect the fact that that can be a potentially very expensive course of direction if something should happen and the LCFS doesn't continue to support those fuels, or the RFS at the federal level.
I think the point I would take from Yachin's comment is just like that we all just need to make sure we're consistent. If we put them on the funding side and you decide funding sides where you want to put them or we want to put them, the point is if we're consistent in how we do that and look at the fuels both for the costs and the benefits, then we have everything on the table and we can assess it.
Lisa.
I had a comment in regards to the EERs for the transit buses and the different gross vehicle weights. For the Class 2 and the Class 3, which are medium duty, they're being classified the same as a passenger car. And that would seem to be an inaccurate calculation as it relates to the EERs. It's being put at 3.4 instead of 4.2.
Yes, we're always happy to take a new look at technical information regarding EERs and potentially expand the number of EERs we offer in our regulation. I suggest that you could just become involved with our rulemaking process, because we do have one ongoing right now, and that would be the appropriate place to sort of add maybe some medium-duty EER categories. And I don't know if you met my staff, Jing Yong. He's over there in the orange shirt. And he'd be the appropriate person to get in touch with regarding that issue.
Todd. It's Todd Campbell.
There we go. Okay, great. Now I see the green flashing light side. Now I get it. Okay. Todd Campbell with Clean Energy. I just wanted to get a little bit further clarification on when you say move the credit. Are you saying move it away from the producer and then go to the user? I mean, I guess I would caution that a little bit in the sense that if I don't have any money generation to be able to go out and expand and provide the fuel, you'll quickly find you won't have the fuel. That said, the way that we structure our contracts, it's incorrect to say that RNG is as expensive as fossil-based CNG. In fact, I think that we provide deep discounts because the credits enable us to give deep discounts with our contracts. And Charles could actually answer that point. Right. Michael.
So this is Charles Love with Clean Energy. There are transit agencies in this room that used fossil natural gas that switched to renewable natural gas, and those transit agencies are receiving substantial discounts over the conventional natural gas price. I can give you specific examples for the city of Santa Monica Big Blue Bus reduced their cost by 50% from conventional natural gas on using renewable natural gas. And there's other examples as well. There's people in this room that may want to comment on their specific experience.
Thanks, Todd. So I don't want to get you guys nervous. What I said was only with respect to hydrogen and primarily on the light duty side of things. So within our rulemaking discussions and in our last workshop, we went over a potential move in the point of crediting for hydrogen only from sort of how it's ambiguously defined as the producer right now to more of the station owner. And some of the station owners are strongly in favor of that, but purely for hydrogen as a fuel. We're not contemplating any changes to the point of crediting for renewable natural gas or for fossil natural gas at this point in time.
Yeah, if it works for the industry, great. I just would caution to be very careful because you don't want to be in a situation where you don't have any hydrogen producers. So you'll just have to figure out how to divvy that pie out, I guess.
Yeah, that is the discussion, right? And I mean, we haven't reached a conclusion there yet, so it's still possible that we go the other way, I guess. But the current language is a bit ambiguous, and so we really do want to work to clarify that moving forward. So,
Todd, as long as you pass on the discount to the end user, we don't care where it lies.
So speaking of that, so Todd and Charles, so if you have data on specific public customers that we could have, we would appreciate it. And if we need to just go to the individuals, we will. But it'd be convenient to have that. So Steve, that we could reflect what that actually looks like in terms of an analysis. Rick.
Thanks, Tony. On this question of expense versus revenue, I see an advantage to the expense side that I think we should all think about seriously, and that is once you do your regulation, that's going to stick, well into the future. But how the state funds things and how it extends credits and how it does that sort of thing changes all the time, especially when governors change and who controls the legislature. And I know it's hard for some people to imagine that may flip sometime in California, but it could. But the expenses of providing the service under the new regulation never goes away. Whatever they are, there's going to be expenses. And so on the expense side, you're able to show elected officials and decision makers the true cost of complying with the regulation when you put this on the revenue side. Because if LCFS goes away, and I'm not saying it's going to, but we still have the expense. The expense is not going to change. The actual price of the actual fuel is still going to be whatever it is through these other mechanisms that impact this. And you put it on the revenue side, it's like everything else. If we lose STA funding, if we lose federal, formula funds, all those things, or we gain a new revenue source, all that's very unpredictable. So I think there's an argument to be made on that point alone. And then I'll just throw a question out there. If we do put the LCFS on the expense side and it goes away, is that going to be an off-ramp?
I say it's an interesting point, and I think that's an item for discussion, and how it should be treated. But am I also hearing, obviously we're hearing concern about what LCFS may turn out to be, or even what the value may be. So I'm interpreting that as, to a degree, it's like a pushback on even the concept of saying we would require, in terms of this rule, to use LCFS and leave it to the market to decide the way the program works on its own. Is that in essence? Because that would lower some risk in that aspect, rather than be required. I mean, so it's a food for thought, because that's an interesting point. And then Steve, I guess to you is, are you in essence saying when we look at all fuels, including renewable natural gas, that we would look at, here's kind of the cost minus what credit value is for LCFS as a basic approach, and then add it back in as, in essence, the status quo, and then you could manipulate the outcome and zero it out or change the value and that kind of thing to say here's how it would be reflected.
Yeah, I mean, the way we've built the model, it's real easy to do that. I mean, we can play with the fuel prices in any direction we want to. Even the new model that we've built includes separate inflation figures for each of the fuels, so that you can, make sort of what-if analysis based on fuel cost. And I think, just to underscore Rick's point, there's a cost of the regulation, and then there's funding sources, one of those being low carbon fuel standard. And, there's obviously, anytime the state devotes resources to a program like that, there's opportunity costs. That money could be used for something else. And I just think it's important that the policymakers see clearly the cost of the regulation and the amount of resources that are being devoted to it. I think it's an important, policy level decision. You and I, all of us sitting at the table, know that LCFS is baked in there, but, it's not so clear to folks that haven't been following us closely.
I did want to make one comment related to this, so everyone is clear. However we decide to go on this, or, as I said before, I think consistency is the most important thing. If all the fuels do it one way or all the fuels do it the other, that is the key, and you're talking apples and apples. But when we do our official economic analysis, there are rules and requirements that the state requires on how we evaluate both the emissions impact, the economic impacts of our regulations, and that would require us looking at what regulations are on the books and what we're doing that is extra above and beyond that. So the official economic analysis that we do would have to say LCFS is on the books. It's got a life past 2020, it continues, and we make some assessments about that. So it's just so everyone's clear that that official analysis will include LCFS on the as a sort of baseline.
Jimmy O'Day, Union of Concerned Scientists. Just to follow up on Rick and Jack's comments, just about fixed costs. I think one thing we have, or fixed expenses looking forward, one thing we have in our advantage is technology costs are, coming down for new technologies, whether the low NOx engine, I'm sure Chris can talk about those, or the electric side of things, I'm sure the electric manufacturers in the audience can talk about that. But the new technologies are going to come down, whether it's the infrastructure side of things for more fueling or more charging stations or whatnot. So that's something we definitely have in our advantage.
Yeah, and to make sure it's not lost, we're in close coordination with the PUC on what they're doing in terms of SB 350 and transportation electrification. I think that, again, that's one of those other items that may ultimately be a solution, because we know that the utilities are proposing their plans on how to implement SB 350 and reduce barriers. And it looks like later this year we may see a determination potentially on that. And obviously, to the extent that that changes things, we would obviously factor that in. And at this point, we don't know. And one of the issues that we did talk with the utility work group back in April was one of the key differences with, and even the discussion on hydrogen, one of the key differences in the LCFS program, the way it works, it's the credits are typically going to the producer or the user or the station owner. And so at that time we had discussed with utilities if they would potentially account for the credits on the electricity side on behalf of the transit and sell them on the behalf of the transit, so the transit fleet wouldn't need to administer it separately. I'm almost certain PG&E said they would do it on a case-by-case basis with anybody who wanted to. I wasn't clear if the other utilities specifically responded to that. But I think one of the questions that we kind of have that relate a little more to the SB 350 goals is, and we don't have to cover it entirely here, but the question of what if the utilities were the ones who, in essence, manage the credits on behalf of their electricity users, a lot like it works in the light duty space. That would remove an administrative barrier, but it's, again, according to the PG&E representative, they would just sell it at the market at whatever time that they regularly would sell the credits, and whatever the value is what it would be. So I'm interested in also identifying whether transits think that would be an advantage or ultimately a disadvantage, since you wouldn't necessarily have the flexibility to manage it. And it might differ among the different fleet sizes. But that was one of the topics of that discussion, and we're just interested if that ends up removing a barrier by doing that, or does it ultimately not what something people want. So are there any more comments on anything related to the LCFS program? Okay. Okay, well, thank you. Okay, so now I think we're going to move on to our literature review of bus maintenance costs. Again, the basic issue is there isn't a lot of empirical data for 14 years of using a battery electric bus. For fuel cell bus, there is more data, but there's been number of model and revisions and updates. So there isn't a long-term study that covers everything. But what we did is looked at all of the available NREL studies and a variety of other sources to kind of summarize what it tells us. So, Jing, are you going to provide a summary or of what we did, or do you want me to cover it? So just give a 5-minute overview. If you haven't read it, it's online, and if you have, this is just a recap of essentially what the analysis entails and the conclusions.
This is Jingguo from ARB, and the maintenance cost, as we know, is an important cost element in the entire cost analysis. So the purpose of this practice is to identify if there's any potential maintenance saving for using the electric drivetrain. To understand where the maintenance costs are incurred, ARB staff reviewed 8 studies, that including 6 of unreal study on various different transit agencies and the LA Metro study conducted by its accountants on the electric trolley buses. And the last one is the independent study by Stanford University. So for all the details, please refer to the literature review on our website. So it's very important to know that these studies only reflect the snapshot of the maintenance cost for a limited number of buses. And generally, the buses in this study are new buses. So additional data is needed to complete a full life cycle maintenance cost analysis. So in our literature review, we have several assumptions. So the maintenance category are mainly 4 categories. So the first is the propulsion-related maintenance cost, that including the regenerative braking system components, because it is a part of the electric or hybrid technology. Second is the brake cost, that including the normal brake repairs that is not unique to the regenerative braking system. The third category is preventative maintenance cost, and the rest will be the last category. So in this, we have several assumptions. So we changed the labor rate in the annual study to $100 per hour instead of $50 per hour in the original report to reflect the actually transit agency cost for the labor rate. Also, the part cost also adjusted by the 2016 constant dollar by using the consumer price index to reflect the effects of the inflation. So for these studies, Staff summarized the following observations. First, the propulsion-related and the brake maintenance cost for the conventional buses about 40 to 50% of the total maintenance cost at the midlife of conventional buses. Second, empirical data from these studies showed at least 19 cent per mile saving for an electric drive bus compared to a typical bus that travels 40,000 miles per year. And third, the result of this evaluation is consistent with manufacturer estimate savings for battery electric buses. That is on the order of 25 cents per mile for the full life of the bus. And fourth, the LA Metro report on the trolley buses compared to the conventional buses support a saving estimate about 30 to 40% compared to a conventional buses. That means about 27 cents to 37 cents per mile. And this analysis are not including the midlife engine overhaul, battery replacement, or fuel cell replacement. This will be additive to the cost from the study evaluated in this paper. And six, the brake wear and the brake maintenance costs are higher for slow speed cycle compared to the higher speed cycles. The last one is there's no apparent difference for the preventive maintenance cost for different propulsion systems. So also, it's very important to note that the electric drivetrain cost saving from these studies expect to be a lower bound estimate because they do not expect a higher repairs for engine component failures that would expect to happen later in the life of the bus, whether it's including the preventive maintenance cost or unscheduled maintenance cost. And continued data monitoring and the collection on the zero-emission bus performance and maintenance cost is important to validate the technology and helping this technology to improve. ARBs continue to work with fleet on collect additional data and continue to refine our cost analysis as new information becomes available. So if you have any questions, so we can answer. Okay.
Go ahead and introduce yourself. Go ahead and get a microphone, please.
You need it for the program?
Yes, please.
Hi, good morning. Jennifer Krupke. I have a couple of follow-up questions. Did I hear you say that there was no preventative maintenance cost difference?
Yes.
Between all the different buses?
Yeah.
And what was that based on?
As I mentioned, we use the empirical data. We reviewed 8 studies, so 6 of them from the annual, and 1 is from the LA Metro independent study on the electric buses, and the last one is Stanford user experience by their own campus,
So I want to be clear. So what we did at this literature review is to look at what does the available data tell us. And so on preventative maintenance intervals, when you looked at, a lot of these were 1-year studies, so they're not, 5-year studies. Some were up to 3. But when you looked at the results, there was no clear pattern. There was no clear indication that hybrid buses, CNG buses, diesel buses, or electric buses, we have a whole year, that there was any noticeable pattern with the data that's available. That's essentially what we're saying. So there's no expectation, or the data doesn't lead you to believe that there is a difference. We wanted to see if there might have been. I think the expectation generally was for certain fleet managers that there shouldn't be any real difference, but the data leads us to believe that there's nothing to support a suggestion that there would be a substantive difference. And on the preventative maintenance, inspections. And I think part of that is you have to inspect a lot of things on the bus. So when you're inspecting the engine and other things, it just probably factors into be a pretty small difference, and variation among fleets is probably big enough that you can't just make a conclusion. So you'd really have to have apples to apples comparison for a longer period of time to make a distinction. Are there any fleets here who are operating battery electric buses? Is your experience in terms of preventative maintenance inspections, is there any noticeable difference that, at least anecdotally, that you see in terms of the time it takes? A bit of a lag usually when you push the button.
It's the valley, I think.
Go ahead and tap it just to see. Oh.
David got it. It's been difficult for us to tell because Proterra maintained on site our buses for such a long time. It's been really difficult for us to tell what the actual maintenance cost would be. I wish I could give you more information, but that's where we are.
And just out of curiosity, in terms of because it's a preventative maintenance inspection category, so it's not the total maintenance cost, but in terms of time it takes to pre-inspect a bus before it goes out, whether it's battery electric or diesel or CNG, it's generally going to be about the same amount of time, correct?
Correct.
Okay, yeah. So I think that's kind of part of the why. There's a lot of things you're checking on the bus, safety features and other things that it's just not noticeable.
This is Lynn Engel, ABTA. What we found is the diagnosis of a problem sometimes takes longer on the electric bus just because of experience, so we expect that to go down. But overall, turning a mechanic into an electrician or a computer technician is taking a bit of time. But the PMs themselves are really pretty close in time. They're checking different things. On the rollout inspections, you're not having to check oil necessarily, but checking other things as well.
So Bernie.
Okay. Just to clarify, though, it seems like we've gotten off on the preventive maintenance side. It was a little hard to hear because of the reverberation. Could you once again just repeat the difference in the cost of the actual maintenance? I heard a few numbers. Could you give us that bottom line difference on maintenance alone, not preventive maintenance, between electric and the other fuels?
I'll hit the highlight. So from the empirical studies, so to be clear, there's Foothill study, battery electric bus for 1 year, first year of that bus and the first year of CNG buses that were being operated at Foothill Transit. That study was a whole year. Maintenance costs were low, both on the battery electric and the CNG buses because they're new. By the way, we are continuing, we've continued the contract to collect data for the second year on those buses, so we'll be getting more information on both of those very soon as well.
But I heard some numbers. I heard 27%.
Correct. So,
I heard some numbers.
So 19 cents per mile is what we believe the data shows us as a annual maintenance cost savings compared for a battery electric bus versus a conventional bus, assuming that CNG and diesel are essentially similar or the same.
Sorry, so we're assuming a 19 cents per mile savings from battery electric, but this is with the empirical literature review.
That's the literature review, and again, we don't have what happens with the costs in terms of belt replacements, hoses, and other long-term turbo failures and spark plug replacements. We just don't have data on that explicitly. And so it's void of that. So, but from what we're interpreting is saying manufacturers have actually done those kinds of estimates where they indicate, here's the things you don't have to do anymore. Here's what the cost would play out. Their estimates, and we kind of touched that at the beginning because that was part of the question. Their estimates are generally hover around about 25 cents a mile stated savings. And so part of the review was, is there data to support that, come up with a different response or not? And so we believe that using the 19-cent estimate is almost predominant, a big chunk of it is regenerative braking savings. And I think that was on the order of 12 cents. And then we added to that as well, in the first year of the Foothill study, we saw a 7-cent difference where we believe that there was nothing out of the ordinary that went wrong. Is probably just standard maintenance and those kinds of things. And so that to me, in essence, says that doesn't discount what the manufacturers are saying, and we frankly believe it supports what the manufacturers are saying. And
well, I think that's correct. Our experience with electric other electric vehicles says that there's a greater difference over 3 years or 5 years than there is in the first year because you're comparing brand new buses on both sides, right?
Correct.
Yeah, and when you get into long-term braking, long-term maintenance, long-term other issues, it's very likely to be much greater, significant greater over 3 years or 5 years than the first year, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Right. And again, the point was to answer the question of what does empirical data support. And to me, we're interpreting that as it justifies, we think it's reasonable that the manufacturers estimate roughly 6 cents more than what empirical data, limited empirical data would support. And so we think that's frankly, that's what we believe the number should be in terms of looking at maintenance cost savings. And the other piece to that, if you kind of look at brake wear clearly is going to vary depending on what your average speeds are and your stop and go type cycle. And so we believe those cost savings will actually be higher in higher stop and go type operations. Like New York is 6 miles per hour. They're doing the brake job every 25,000 miles if it's doesn't have regenerative braking, for instance. But for purposes of modeling, we just continue to use an average and just use a steady 25 cents a mile difference compared to the baseline vehicle or conventional for purposes of doing a total cost of ownership analysis. And if people want us to look at reflecting that differently, we can. But the biggest question was, should that savings be, is it real, first of all? Is it 4 cents? Is 25 cents appropriate? Is 40 cents appropriate? So we think that leads us to believe that 25 cents is kind of in the right ballpark. And please introduce yourselves when you do speak so that I get
Ron Zergas with the Victor Valley Transit Authority. I'm just questioning this validity of this 55% reduction in brake wear with regenerative braking. There's no doubt in my mind that regenerative braking will help, but there's no mention in any of these vehicles where they use retarders on the conventional vehicles. And what were the retarders set at? Were they aggressive or were they passive or what?
I don't know I mean, again, we use the studies that are available online. And so you can look at the study itself for any further detail. We try to cover what was pertinent. And these are real fleets in real operation. It's essentially, I think, the only part I can add to that. I don't know if we have more detail than that available. Charles. Oh, sorry.
I'd like to reiterate what Ron said.
I'm sorry. So please introduce yourself and make sure your microphone is on. Still not.
Flashing green. All right. My name is Dana Lowell from MJ Bradley & Associates. I would like to reiterate what Ron just said about the issue of regenerative braking. I think that assuming 12 cents a mile savings from regenerative braking is a little bit optimistic. And number one, if you're basing it on 1 year's worth of data, it's totally irrelevant because you don't even usually get to a brake job in 1 year on most buses. I would also say that I used to work for New York City Transit for many years, and when we put hybrid electric buses in service, we expected an increase in brake life, but we did not see it, and I don't think they still haven't seen it with hybrid electric buses. And it's exactly for the reason that Ron said. If you're running a retarder on your buses and it's set appropriately and it's used, a lot of the energy that you would otherwise capture in regenerative braking is not dissipated at the brake pads, it's dissipated in the transmission. And so I really don't think you're going to see as aggressive a savings in brake life from regenerative braking on electric vehicles as a lot of people are assuming.
So to be clear, what we did is our first step was to go through individual studies to see what they told us. The second part that we did was to then look at all the studies in combination, and we know that's risky. But we found a very strong relationship when we had odometer readings and brake repair frequencies for different kinds of buses used at different locations. And we plotted that and had a very strong relationship that there was a substantial cost difference for the buses that had regenerative braking versus those that didn't. So that's based on actual data, real fleets. Some of this goes back to as far as 2006, but a lot of it was in the last few years on these studies. So I'd encourage you to potentially look at those and look at that relationship, because if you're doing on the order of average 18 miles an hour, kind of speed, longer speeds, less stop and go, the brake savings we would think there would be relatively small. But if you're in New York, they're huge. And they would be much, much bigger in terms of New York. And we didn't use that. We didn't misuse it because one of the things that, if you look at the 1 year study, there were a lot of brake jobs done, and that would lead you to believe like a 40-cent difference. But when we looked at the data to say we have enough data for those particular ones over 3-4 years, and there was an obvious and clear pattern of half the frequency in doing brake repairs on the conventional.
Hi, Tony. Chris Young with Cummins Pacific. So 2 points. The first one, I think Foothill, their electric buses run a certain route, and comparing that to a CNG route is very different. So it's comparing 2 different routes for the duty.
No, and that's a unfortunate outcome of the way that study works. But again, in the first year, there were no brake jobs on either side.
Understood, but to compare sort of the maintenance and a midlife overhaul expense to compare what Foothill does with their electric buses versus their CNG buses, they're very different routes.
Agreed, and we were very careful about that. We acknowledged the differences, and so when I'm saying that we looked at the brake frequency pattern, we plotted it based on, we didn't have average speeds for every fleet.
I'm not as concerned about brakes.
Okay.
But
no, and let me touch on the midlife. So any engine overhauls, battery replacements, all that's separate from this. We're going to model those separately. We're going to account for them separately as a separate line item.
Okay, that was my second point.
This would have to do more with the everyday minus the midlife overhaul issue. Yeah, and we intend to reflect any differences for low NOx engines versus conventional engines, and for battery replacements where appropriate in the studies, and fuel cell replacements as appropriate too, as a separate line item.
Tony.
Yeah, Ray Pingle from Sierra Club. Yeah, I think in the study, it wasn't just on the Foothill study, which is obviously a very short-term study, but they were looking at brake experience for diesel hybrids where there were many years of experience. And so you have to really read the full white paper that Jing has put together and look at all those data points. And it's pretty rational, I think, what they're concluding on the savings on brakes for regenerative braking.
To tell you the truth, we didn't expect that the empirical data would be as conclusive as it actually turned out to be. Once we were able to put everything together, it kind of stood out. So we were actually pleasantly surprised that that's the outcome. But again, it's there. Look at it, and obviously if there's any additional information and the interpretations that we made, by all means, let us know. You can, and just to make sure it's clear, you can email us or contact us by phone or any mechanism you want to use. Okay, so Lisa.
So we've been running 3 medium-duty buses for about 1.5 years now, and we are seeing savings as it relates to preventative maintenance or services, probably more or less. But as you move into the other topic as it relates to early adoption and risk that we're really taking as it relates to the unknown, we have run into some catastrophic issues, but I'll save that. But we are definitely having a savings as it relates to, on the medium duty side, about 10 cents a mile as it relates to brakes and oil changes, glow plugs, and fuel filter changes.
And for our benefit, again, these are roughly 12-passenger vans?
Yeah.
Okay. Great. And just so you know, I mean, we'll be looking at other vehicle types formally, our particular group, so. But not as part of this separate effort. So Jeff Grant.
So my name is Jeff Grant with Zen Clean Energy Solutions. Just reading through the report, I noticed that there's so much variability from agency to agency in terms of maintenance costs. I'm not sure the sort of root cause of that, but it's very clear just looking at the incumbent technologies. We should look at, or we should communicate this in a way where we're talking about the percentage difference from baseline when we talk about battery electric or fuel cell electric buses, because a dollar per mile or however many cents per mile, it doesn't have the same meaning because when you look through the agencies, the overall the baseline maintenance costs are so different. So just a suggestion in terms of communication.
Okay.
You may want to be speaking in a percentage instead of an empirical number.
So one of the, just to touch on that, because I'd like to get feedback on that particular point. So what we kind of coalesced around with part of this group was to, in essence, use a standard cent per mile kind of that would, for a bus, conventional bus, that would represent the average cost of maintenance at its midlife. So that it would not neither be its maintenance cost when it's new, which would be really low, and nor would it be the very high. And we didn't ever coalesce to let's establish that relationship as a ramp or a straight line or something like that. So we're kind of still using that same approach of saying the 85 cents per mile was that midpoint for a typical bus. And so that we would compare everything to that. And so we can use the fixed number there, even though we recognize that these costs, one, vary over time, and then there's these significant spikes that midlife we would do separately, but that everything else is going to generally increase over time. And we would expect that generally to happen with all technologies. So that was sort of just a proposed approach, frankly, from the transits to use that. We could try to reflect it as a percentage, and to the extent that individual transits have their own maintenance costs that are different because of topography and speeds and other issues, we could consider that. I think when we look at individual fleet evaluations, and so Steve and others, I'd look to you guys to say, you know, should we do that or not? I mean, is the question.
Ron Zergus with VVTA again. Not to beat a dead horse, I'd just like to make it clear this is listed under conclusions that regenerative braking reduces brake line frequency and associated with repair costs by 55%. It's totally useless and irrelevant because you don't know what they were compared against. If the buses didn't have retarders or something, this is absolutely worthless.
Tony, David Warren with New Flyer. Just a comment about regen braking. I've done a lot of demos on the electric buses over the last year and a half. And I want to emphasize that driver training is a big part of what kind of results you'll receive from a PM standpoint or a brake wear standpoint, but also on the other side as far as the energy consumption. And I've seen results where the driver could impact the energy consumption up to 25%. So, and then another area as far as preventative maintenance, when you have to use the foundation brakes of the bus, it consumes a lot of air. And air compressors on the buses over the years have been, somewhat problematic. So a good driver in utilizing the regenerative capabilities of the bus is going to have less demand on the air compressor, which is electrically driven on an electric bus. So I would expect to see some overall savings there. And then just one final comment, the numbers that have been discussed, the 19 cents, the 25 cents, from our perspective, we think New Flyer, we believe that that's within the realm of possibilities. We certainly know that user experience is going to be the better determinant of that, but we kind of triangulated on what we thought was a possibility with the electric bus, and we came up with very similar numbers.
Thank you. Speaking of that detail, I'm just going to put out a request. So to the extent, because one of the things we've heard is a lot of the electric components, whether it be a hybrid bus or an electric bus, air conditioning and other things should have significantly higher reliability. To the extent that there's empirical data on that kind of information versus conventional, we'd appreciate any details that somebody might have. Jeff, do you want to make a comment? Oh, sorry. Okay. Steve?
I have a copy of the NREL report, and Table 9 outlines the work order maintenance cost per mile by system. And according to this report, the battery electric buses were 16 cents per mile, and the CNG buses were 18 cents per mile.
And that's why I'd encourage you to look at the analysis, because there were some things that were specific to a route that we didn't think were appropriate. The one that comes to mind right now was the
low
curb.
Voltage. Right.
No. The one was a curb. There was a tire replacements that had to occur because of of a worn curb. It's like, that's not an indication of technology.
Correct. So that's page 8 of your report on table 2. You've got the cost for low voltage auxiliary battery replacements on several buses was 2 cents per mile, but that was not reflected because it was a driver training issue. And then tire damage of 4 cents per mile for the battery electric buses from a cracked curb on line 291, unique to this route. And they used the cost of tires at 1 penny, same as a CNG bus.
Yeah, and that's exactly why, because those we don't believe relate to the tire one doesn't relate to the technology at all. The auxiliary batteries does to a degree, but that's something that can easily be avoided, and so we decided to not factor that as representative of what long-term operation of a zero-emission bus would be. And to be clear too, it's the risks are those things that we're not going to quantify in a numerical fashion. We do recognize that to the extent we're talking new manufacturers, new technology, new experience, that there are going to be risks, and we're going to factor that into our thinking. I don't know that we're going to quantify it as a number, but one of our goals here is to be able to kind of narrow the focus to, all right, let's be kind of in the same range when we're talking about these different things, because otherwise you get very different assumptions and outcomes and interpretations. We're still going to, even if the cost analysis shows a cost parity, there's still the upfront cost issues that we would have to address and the operational concerns that fleets are going to have. And that's where we think meeting with some individual fleets that I think we're going to talk about a little bit later will help shed light on some of those issues. And that we're going to factor that in, again, to any approach that we take. And so we're, again, just because we do focus on cost a lot because it's kind of it permeates every issue. We will definitely focus on these other factors and try to understand what the risks are that aren't directly quantifiable. Okay, Jennifer, could you pass the microphone over to her? Hey, Jean.
Hi, just a clarifying question. I understand, and some of the manufacturers may be able to shed additional light on this, but I understand that electric motors and their drivetrains are less complex than internal combustion engines.
Yes.
I also understand, though, that part of the research and part of the things that you're reviewing have not enough time has elapsed to take that into consideration. So when we're talking about these cost discussions, how are you factoring that in?
Well, so, I mean, some of one of the ways we were trying to address longevity of electric drive was to look at the trolley bus system, because in many cases, the only difference between a trolley bus and a battery electric bus is the size of the battery and the fact that there's no overhead catenary. Trolley buses have been used essentially forever. So there's long history, and I don't see him here, but Marty was going to look into his data because he's got data probably back 60 years of using trolley buses in their operation, and so that might shed some light long term on the life. As far as I understand, maintenance for electric motor, depending again on the manufacturer, is you replace bearings at some point, and that's pretty much it. And I don't even know at what time. And I think we all know from experience that electric motors tend to be quite reliable in general. There's going to be variations among manufacturers, but the motor itself I don't think is the big risk factor. There could be other components like batteries and battery management systems that may be more of a risk.
So then to go back to what you're saying, we're waiting to hear back from Marty.
We would use that if we can, if he has it.
Additional information.
Yeah. Other than that, I think one of the things we're going to try to do is talk to some of the fleets who have been operating hybrids for quite some time and look at what their experience has been with, particularly the series hybrids, because the electric motor is doing all the work at that point. What's their experience been? Does that shed light? Because they've been around for roughly 12, 14 years at this point, and see if that will lead us to any other conclusions.
And one last question. The difference between the $50 to $100 per hour, was that for labor costs?
Labor.
And what was the doubling of labor? What was that in anticipation of? How did we come up with that?
There was a request of the transits to reflect that the $100 labor is a lot more representative than $50 labor nowadays. Some of these studies went back to 2006.
So that's not taking into consideration the type of bus. The 50 to 100 has to do with transit's request to reflect higher,
The actual cost of
as opposed
of
to
maintenance
one
nowadays.
type of bus versus another.
Yeah, so the labor, the $100 labor was reflected in every study that we could on both sides of the equation. So any labor, and in one study we did not have labor separate from parts, and so in that one we noted we couldn't reflect it, so we just showed the data the way it was, I think. But I think of all the other studies we did have the labor separate for the conventional bus and the electric drive bus, whether it was a hybrid or something else. And so we just simply scaled the labor cost to reflect the actual higher cost of labor nowadays.
As opposed to one different type of.
Yeah, we did not cherry pick by any means to say we applied only on one. It's if the labor's $100 and a transit was doing the same repair, then we effectively just doubled the cost of labor is all that was done.
Thank you.
On both
Thank
sides.
you. Thank you for clarifying.
Joe. Yes, just had to wait a while.
Joe Policarpio from Gillig. Thank you. You refer to all the empirical data, and is that empirical data these 7 or 8 transit agencies I see on this list here only?
Yeah, I'm not sure what list you're looking at, but yeah, whatever the studies were.
The literature review on transit bus maintenance costs.
That's correct.
So I just wanted to caution the group that maintenance costs vary significantly between transit agencies, and I think that you need a much larger sample when you look at these maintenance costs. As a manufacturer that deals with hundreds of different transit agencies throughout the country, we see that maintenance costs vary significantly, okay, based upon their operations, their speeds, their maintenance, what have you. So I think that what you've limited here to is it just doesn't get you enough information, because brake lining, just conventional diesel buses with integral retarder, some of those buses get 100,000 miles between brake relines. So I think you've got to broaden your samples here a little bit more. The other thing I was wondering about is I didn't see any information from LA here regarding their electric bus operations. And I thought that they did a pretty significant in-depth study on that, not the trolley bus, the battery electric buses. So you may want to consult with those guys and include their data in here as well.
Do you know if there's a published report on that? Or is it internal right now? There's,
well, yeah.
Well, that's Steve. Steve. And Joe, do you have any other data that we could use? You mentioned different fleets.
We have a variety of different data that we can share with you, of course, and maybe we should show you some of the ranges.
No, there was a huge variation clearly in the studies, and it really had a lot to do with even just the average speed. So we do recognize that.
Yes.
But yeah, if you have more,
we could share some data with you. But I was just thinking it's very important to get certainly other data in here as well.
Sure, and if it exists, we will consider it. And I think that's one of the reasons that when we started this paper, we kind of outlined, here's FTA studies on multiple transit fleets that cover all the variations, and that you can do a midlife overhaul one time and be done with it at a certain cost, and you can do multiple sort of smaller rebuilds. But on balance, you end up at a certain cost. And so we try to recognize those variations when we interpreted the results, and that's why it was very important to write it down. And even to outline that we do have an understanding that there's huge variability, but the relative difference we thought was what was key to understand. Oh, okay, sorry. Look, LA Metro, please, Steve. Hey, we apologize for the setup. We intended to have wired microphones, but it didn't work out that way. Still not on, sorry.
How about this one?
That one works.
Okay, good. As far as data from LA Metro's experience with battery buses on any maintenance cost savings, unfortunately, we don't have enough mileage to really be able to definitively say whether there were or weren't any savings. So anything that we ran, there's no data to be able to really draw any conclusions from.
Thank you.
So far.
Understood. Yeah, and as you. Yeah, as I mentioned, the Foothill study, we're continuing that, and I don't know how soon the report will be out on the second year of operation, but we'll be paying attention to that as well. Fred.
Just quick.
Wait, Fred, you do need a microphone. I want to make sure. We can hear you, but I want to make sure people online.
Hello, Fred Silver, CalStart. Just some other data that's out there, although the smaller buses, Santa Barbara MTD has been operating electric buses forever. So they must have dozens of years of experience that might have some value to take a look at.
I have another comment and input. This is Lisa from San Diego Airport Parking. Since I did see that in this maintenance cost, you included the drivetrain, and you had brought it up. So I have actually gone through 7 drivetrains in a year and a half on 3 buses. So there are issues that we're experiencing as it relates to torque, and Tesla's experienced it. And the more that you learn about electric, you learn that the torque is pretty massive, and it really takes an understanding on how these vehicles are built from a load perspective, and that includes the axle, that includes the splines, and that includes the coupler. And we've experienced numerous issues, and we've experienced them quicker than the average buses that are customers of the same exact bus, because our duty cycle is we're traveling 5,000 miles per bus per month. And we are on short distance, and we're not on the highway. We're back and forth, going to and from the airport, going over curbs, stop and go, stop and go. And so the negative side of this is that we've run into 60,000 miles on our drivetrain, and we're now not under warranty. And, you know, these are some of the things that I would like to be able to share as it relates to what we're going through. And unfortunately, we're not getting the support that you would think you would get from the average manufacturer. And we're at a standstill right now. And 3 of our buses haven't been running for a month because we're not getting support.
And who's your manufacturer?
Zenith Motors. And so, you know, it's a thing that I'm sure we'll get through it, but we've had to rent buses. I'd had to buy, I just bought a Sprinter last week. I'm going to buy another one next week. But, you know, this is something that it comes down to what we don't know in early adoption. And when you talk about drivetrains, I'm sure the trolley probably runs a pretty consistent, slow, very stable route. And I don't think you're going to find that with some of these routes that we're talking about in transit.
Okay. Oh.
This is Daljit Bawa from Ballard. Actually, the trolley bus experience cannot be translated onto the battery electric bus because, as you know, majority of the trolley bus system are actually the tram or the rail drive motors actually built either by companies like Skoda or, you know, Waslow Kipe and the other thing. Whereas the drive motors that you have now from Zenith and Siemens and the other actually, they are meant for only for a very short lifetime as compared to a trolley bus actually. So that's why that experience should not be translated onto the battery electric buses.
So, David, I'm going to look to you to shed a little bit of light. So the trolley buses that you recently either supplied or to the Bay Area, electric motors on those, how do they compare to electric motor on your battery bus? Okay.
Different manufacturer, but you know, our expectations on the heavy duty side, and I can't speak to the smaller motors, but you know, we expect the motors to be reliable. And we talked about the overhaul a little bit, you know, 625,000 miles for an overhaul of the electric motor. And it does require periodic lubing, you know, not too often, but we, you know, we expect the motor to be one of the more robust components on the
Okay.
electric
So
propulsion.
the other anecdote that we have is that I understand that Muni does have a stated policy of keeping their trolley buses longer than conventional buses, but you're indicating that doesn't relate necessarily directly. I think they have a minimum of 15, but in practice, MTC doesn't allow them to replace trolley bus until 18 years.
How I interpreted Daljit's comment was that you just, you do have different manufacturers, so, the experience perhaps on the electric trolleys from the past may not necessarily equate to the future.
Correct. No, and that's the other thing that is a little challenging, and one of our concerns with looking at the older studies is there's been technology upgrades both in CNG and hybrid and other applications, and we anticipate there will be some of those effects that could have presented themselves. But yeah, we do recognize there are improvements over time in the different technologies too, and want to be cautious about using information that might be an older vintage model that may have been updated since. I think that's particularly true on the fuel cell, because even though there's good experience at AC Transit, there's been a number of improvements made, I think, to the different models, and it's just not long enough to know how those improvements have changed things. Although one of the studies seems to suggest those improvements have cut some of the costs in half in terms of maintenance, but they're also fairly short. But I mean, I don't know, Jamie, you would.
Yeah, I can
agree with that. I suppose it's still a little early to know.
Yeah, I would agree with it. The fuel cells that are out there operating now at the AC Transit system, we bought those at $9,000 a kilowatt, and they were built, the early ones, in 2003, 2004, and there was never an expectation by United Technologies that they would survive beyond 5,000 hours. And AC Transit is still operating one of those fuel cells over 23,000 hours. And the costs that we now have proposed to CARB and that have been somewhat semi-publicly published, so we brought the price of the vehicle down to $1.2 million and the cost of the fuel cell well under $3,000 a kilowatt. If you look at explore with companies like General Motors, Ballard, Hydrogenics, I think they look at fuel cell prices dropping to as a eventual target of $100 to $300 a kilowatt. So the technology, whether it's fuel cell or battery electric, it is improving. And we can sit here for weeks on end and discuss assumptions and short-term data versus long-term data. But I think I'd like to emphasize the point that there is a technology transition here with electric drives that's phenomenal for public consumption, for our workers who work on these systems, for the drivers who drive them. And with a Class B license, I can speak to that personally. And we're talking about a transition to a higher level of service improvement for the transit industry. And it will take some time, but we need to stay on course to move in that direction.
Okay. I'm going to use that as a segue. So to stay on course with our timing, I want to take, Steve, you have one more comment, and then I'd like to move to the battery thing so that we have enough time to discuss other topics and we can continue the discussion as we go.
Sure, I'll be really quick. I just wanted to point out that Ron Zergas made a good comment about some of those older studies and whether or not the buses were equipped with retarders. I think that's a really good point if you're comparing brake life amongst buses. Most of the modern ones do. Some of the older ones don't. Some of those studies are pretty old. I'll have to be honest. I haven't spent a lot of time on your white paper there on the maintenance costs, and we will, and we'll have more comments once we get through that. I will say that one thing that was clear in Tuesday's meeting is Marty Malera, he's the Director of Climate Action and Greening at SFMTA, and so he gets heavily involved in the fleet and the sort of emissions issues for Muni. And he made the statement that he's ginning up his data right now. He made the statement that trolley buses are their most maintenance intensive buses in their fleet, and he sort of brushed over some reasons. But I would caution that we should probably be careful about making comparison between trolley buses and battery electric buses, because they're not necessarily the same animal. And then just sort of as we've had through our discussions, I think that sure, we'll probably save some money on brake maintenance with electric buses. How much we'll save, we don't know yet. Hybrid buses have regenerative braking as well, so maybe there's no savings over a hybrid bus, but maybe there are some savings over a CNG or a diesel bus. I will say that our biggest concern as the transit agencies is that with this nascent technology, we expect that maintenance costs may be significantly higher, at least in the short run, and that's due to technology issues with newly developed software and things of that nature, and hardware and components in terms of battery management and that. And to sort of point out the things that make us feel that way, if you look at there's been 3 electric buses through Altoona testing, and we talked about this on Tuesday, but I'll just share it for the broader bunch here. The last
This is not going to be a short issue. I know that one. Okay.
The last CNG bus that I could find that went through Altoona was yours, Joe, Gillig CNG bus. Unscheduled maintenance, 39.5 hours. Everything that breaks at Altoona, they actually time how long the repairs actually take. The New Flyer XE40 electric bus, 70 hours unscheduled maintenance. So not double, but significantly higher. The Proterra electric bus, and these are very recent. These aren't 2006, Altoonas. This is May 2015. Proterra, 295 hours. BYD, 262 hours. So with these, this nascent technology, we see a lot of failures that we don't expect to see in the more mature technologies. I'll also point to someone mentioned the NREL. I think it was you, Charles. The NREL study out of Foothill, and miles between road calls, propulsion system only for the CNG control fleet, 91,093 miles. For the battery electric fleet, 25,078. That's propulsion only. So 4 times as many road failures due to propulsion system issues. And that's what I hear repeatedly when I talk to our transit agency partners who are running electric buses, is they get a lot of nuisance trouble lights, a lot of warnings, a lot of shutdowns and things of that nature. And every time you have to send a vehicle and someone to respond to one of those, even if it's a nuisance failure, it has a cost associated with it. So while I'm looking at your numbers of 25 cents per mile savings once we go to battery electric buses, I expect that perhaps we'll see something like that in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. I think in the short run, what the transit agencies are going to see are higher maintenance costs. And how do we quantify that or account for that in the model? I don't know. I think maintenance costs is an issue that I don't quite think we're there yet on, and we need to really put our heads together and figure out how to come up with something that's reasonable there. I think going into the model and saying that in year 2019 we're going to be saving 25 cents a mile is a mistake at this point.
So just trying to find out where we are. So based on the data, you made the statement that you do believe longer term that could be reasonable, but there's clearly short-term risks. So does that mean, because one of the things we want to look at is long-term, we're talking 40 years here. Do we have, at least for now, general common understanding that there is an expectation of some significant savings longer term, with obviously being some risk in the near term? Or are we not? And I want to make sure I give the manufacturers opportunity to comment on the Altoona stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a fair statement. Okay. And I think, listening to Lisa's, story over here is a great example of, sort of those unexpected things with the new technology that can really come back and bite you. So I'm just concerned that as we put forth our model and we put forth numbers that the policymakers are going to look at, that we are really careful not to understate, this short-term maintenance cost savings. I do agree that preventive maintenance looks like it's pretty much a wash no matter what kind of bus you got. The Altoona numbers sort of support that too, and in terms of them following the manufacturer's recommended maintenance schedule, they were all within a very close range in terms of hours that need to be devoted to preventive maintenance. But I think in terms of corrective maintenance, I think that's probably one of our heaviest lifts here in terms of really pinning down what we think it's going to be. I think we'll have some more data from LA shortly, I hope, as they formalize their findings. We should have more data out of Foothill before too much longer. And I'm hoping that Antelope Valley is able to contribute to that discussion because they will be there very shortly.
Anybody else want to comment on the Ellen?
I have a question for Steve. You cited Marty's comment about the trolley bus operation and the cost of maintenance. Did that include, when his statement, did that include catenary maintenance and pantograph maintenance? Trolley pole maintenance?
You know, he's not here, Jamie, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but the way I understood what he was telling us, that the buses themselves are pretty maintenance intensive. But we'll have to wait and see what his data shows.
I'd like to get clarification from Marty.
And again, we're sort of comparing, you know, apples and oranges. I know their trolley bus fleet has a pretty severe duty cycle, and they, you know, very heavy loads. They run them up steep hills and things. So, you know, some of that more intensive maintenance may be just explained by, you know, a more severe duty cycle for that fleet. But it'll be interesting to see when Marty actually gives us some, you know, idea of what the work order data tells us over there.
This is Yaqin Chao from ARB. Just to follow up Steve's comment on that. Previously, Marty also told us that because the original manufacturer for the trolleys, they've already gone out of business or no longer existent anymore. So they basically have to manufacture a lot of components themselves right now. So you think that would count towards their heavy maintenance schedule or some really labor-intensive comment?
And I think I mentioned what Marty said just because we need to explore that further and get further information from him, because if I go, you know, any further in explaining Muni's experience here, it'd be pure conjecture.
Dana Lowell from MJ Bradley. I'd like to reiterate what Steve said, and I think the experience within the transit industry of the adoption of both hybrid buses and CNG buses, frankly, bears out that there is going to be disruption. There are going to be increased costs for early adopters in the early phases of the technology. And I would actually agree that there's the potential, as battery buses mature, for there to be long-term savings. But the first people who buy them in the next few years, they are going to have increased costs. That was the experience for CNG buses. It was the experience for hybrid buses. But as the technology matures, as more of them get in the market, I do think there's, and that's what we've seen today. I've talked to people recently who have hybrid buses, who they are the same maintenance costs long-term as diesel buses, same with CNG. But 10, 15 years ago, I can tell you from personal experience, that was not the case. And it had to do with technology maturity. So in terms of putting forth the model, I agree with Steve that we need to be careful about what the expected costs are in the next 10 years or, you know, transitional years compared to what the expectation of cost would be once there's a significant number of vehicles in the market and the entire industry is transitioning there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Since I have the microphone, and I just wanted to follow up with what Dana said. You know, this also reflects on what I just previously said, and that is we are looking at a long-range objective here that has significant benefits in terms of reducing carbon intensity, and we need to keep that endpoint in mind as we look at how to improve on the regulation to make it not a burden for transit industry, but also to transition the industry. Because this is all about a significant global health, public health transition, and electric drive technologies are significant improvements on a whole lot of levels. And so, you know, we have to keep that in mind. Yes, there are cost differences and we can run these models any number of ways, but we cannot lose sight of where we need to go as an industry, because it's not just happening here in the United States or in California. It's happening in Europe. It's happening throughout Asia. And there is a movement towards electric drive.
I'll pass over to Steve, please.
So it's a good point that in the long term, going to electric will provide environmental improvements, health benefits, and so forth. But in the meantime, for the here and the now, for the early adopters, for those of us that are getting into it, there are cost increases. And as David pointed out, and Lisa, that when you enter something in that's different than your operators or your mechanics are used to operating, that it's going to take them longer to fix it. They're going to find new ways of making in-road calls because the lights are different than, say, a CNG bus. So there will be cost increases in the short term. Long term, it's a good direction to go, but we also need to be prepared to mitigate those costs for the here and the now.
Thank you.
This is Yachun Chao from ARB. Marty just sending his comments, so I'm going to read it out loud for everyone. So regarding munis trolley buses, replacement funding is 18 years. Based on the fact that electric buses last longer than diesel buses, which is 14 years. Due to their low total unit numbers and specialty manufacturers prior to the current new flyers, who the previous manufacturers, they are no longer in the industry. Maintenance of munis trolley buses is more challenging than with high volume diesel buses. The same can be said for the current state of the battery electric buses or fuel cell electric buses industry. What San Francisco's experience brings to the table is what's the real world electric bus delivers is the most difficult duty cycle in the U.S. Even if Dana might argue for New York, a specialized mode brings special challenges. To Jamie's point, yes, infrastructure included.
Well, thank you, Marty. Vincent? Okay, I'll go get Vincent next.
Yep. Hi, Vince Warrett-Maggio here on behalf of BYD Motors. We just want to say when it comes to the first round of Altoona testing, that was our very first buses going for the first time to Altoona. We've learned a lot from that experience and incorporated a lot of adjustments and a lot of adjustments into the new round of manufacturing that's happening in the Lancaster facility. Additionally, we've got several new models going through Altoona currently, and those will provide a more realistic data set of what our buses will actually, of how our buses will actually perform going forward.
Thank you. There was a comment back here.
Tony?
Okay, you got the microphone. Be next. Do you have a microphone? Oh, you do? Okay, well, take one here.
Bill Habib here, OCTA. A couple of comments. We have gone through several iterations and dialogue associated with what's going on. And I was running a simple math in here. Someone made the reference indicating that the cost per kilowatt is around $3,000 when we use a fuel cell. We transfer the cost per kilowatt, if my math is right, of around like a 1.3 versus the horsepower. The cost per kilowatt for a natural gas power engine is only $300 per kilowatt equivalent. So it's like a ratio of 10 to 1. I'll challenge anybody to correct my maths, please, because I might be wrong. Also, in regards to reline, to break relines, comparing two comments, comparing trolley buses to regular 40-foot buses, I don't believe that is a apples-to-apples comparison. I believe from a technology standpoint, that is a very good source of knowledge. But I believe that in comparison to what a brake reliance takes place, I don't believe that they are equivalent because there is a weight issue that when you add so many thousand pounds of battery weight onto a regular 40-foot electric bus plus passenger load, it may not be apples to apples.
Okay. So comment back here.
Hello, Glenn Tepke, MTC. I just wanted to clarify our policy on the useful life of the trolleys. Marty was correct. It was 18 years, but a few years ago, and SFMTA came to us and said, we're having trouble running them this long, and the costs are getting high, so we shortened the useful life to 15 years. However, that's the year in which they become eligible for replacement funding, but typically transit operator, and this is true for buses as well as trolleys, that transit operator would not initiate the procurement process until they had the funding commitment. So that procurement manufacture delivery process typically takes at least a couple of years. So even at 15 years, the vehicles would be in service for at least 17.
Certainly. Glenn, while you have the microphone, I want to confirm one thing. In terms of the hybrid buses that are generally funded through MTC, are the hybrid buses essentially being funded at the roughly 82% in the Bay Area?
Correct. That's right. We have hybrid buses are currently the most expensive type of buses that we have in our regular funding policy, and so we're funding those at 82% like conventional buses.
Yeah, because one of the things we'll be looking at as we look at individual fleets is understanding the differences of what their current purchases are with what any proposed approach would look like, and so understanding those differences we think is going to be important. And then we know that that plays into some of the decision-making process in terms of how the funding fits in. Was there a commenter over? No, go David.
Yeah, Tony, I just want to acknowledge, it was mentioned that, we expect to see these improvements in the electric propulsion with experience, and I fully agree with that. But on the internal combustion engine side, and especially on the CNG side, I can say based on my experience at New Flyer and the data that I see, that there's been some very impressive improvements on the CNG side. And Cummins for a number of years has been chasing these emission standards, most recently 2007, 2010, 2013, had to employ a lot of new technology on the internal combustion engine. The data that I see, and perhaps, Steve from LA Metro can comment on the latest generation CNG engines, shows some tremendous improvements in the reliability of those engines as the company has had an opportunity to catch up with some of the issues that plagued them early on with the emission challenges. So I'm seeing some big improvements there.
Yeah, so actually that's a detail, but I wouldn't mind touching on it, especially if LA is here. I was looking at a press release where in essence said, from LA, that said that the maintenance cost for CNG buses was 10 to 15% higher than diesel. We've been using the same. We haven't been showing a difference. Are you saying because of the latest improvements that not showing a difference is appropriate now, where a few years back there was a difference, or is there still a small difference today?
I think Steve could probably speak to that better than I could.
And the question is, can you interpret that with respect to latest technology engines versus engines made 5 years ago?
Well, I can make some broad statements in that the latest round of buses that we've received are some of our highest or lowest incidents of road calls and highest performing vehicles on the road. And those just keep getting better. So, and now we're looking forward to the new low NOx engine. And since it's just an evolution of what we currently have, we don't see any real differences in performance or maintenance associated with that. So the other thing I need to just remind people of is we're a 100% CNG fleet. So that's all our experience we have is maintaining CNG. So personally, I can't speak to how we got to a difference between diesel and CNG maintenance costs.
But it said that you used to operate diesel, and that was the public statement made when you got rid of the last diesel. There was
could be, like I said, personally, I can't speak to how that came about. It predated me just a little bit.
Well, that used to be my common expectation, and it's like, no, we'll make them the same. It's like, okay, but we've been trying to look at empirical data too, and it's like, is there anything that makes them identical or not? And that's okay, but thank you. Sure. Jamie.
So 3 comments. First of all, my hat's off to Cummins for all the work that they have done, not just with CNG evolution, but also with clean diesel. Secondly, I don't think anyone in this room, any operator, would disagree with the fact that these improved technologies, cleaner technologies, have resulted in more costs, both capital and OPEX. although the OpEx is coming down as the engine evolution improves. But I can remember when we bought 40-foot diesel buses not many years ago for $300,000, and now they're pushing up against $500,000. And that comes to my third point, which is, with all due respect, without regulation, both here in California and with EPA regulation, I don't think we'd be seeing these kinds of clean emission technologies evolve. And it's not just in the heavy duty sector. We see it in, if it weren't for California's ZEV mandates, we would not see Tesla and all the OEMs at the table with clean technologies. So regulation does play a part in this, and it's an important part that we have to acknowledge. And one last comment, response to what Bill was saying. He's absolutely right. I mean, the current fuel cell is somewhere under $3,000 a kilowatt. That's 10 times $300 a kilowatt. I'll assume Bill's calculations are correct for the moment. But, we're talking the price of the under 3,000 is for 20 buses. How many thousands of CNG engines are being built? And I make one last point again, which I said previously, and that is in Europe, they are moving aggressively to develop electric drive technologies. In Korea, in Japan, and in China, the same thing. I drove just a month and a half ago a $300,000 fuel cell bus that was built in China in 4 months. Now, that vehicle isn't going to meet our FMVSS requirements in this country, but it does show you what is possible and where these advanced technologies are going.
Okay, I'll just add one piece. You can just confirm it for me. One small difference in fuel cell bus is that you need about half of the kilowatts that you would need in a conventional engine because of the way they operate. So factor that into your math. Just looking at the AC Transit study, you have a 280 horsepower diesel engine, and your fuel cell has 120 kilowatt. Or 160 horsepower equivalent.
The battery isn't figured into the total.
Understood, but when you're looking at how much you pay for your fuel cell, you don't need a 300 horsepower fuel cell equivalent. You need something that's about half that, even though the dollar per kilowatt's still higher. Okay, so I'm going to leave it with Kent as the last commenter on this issue, and then we'll go to the battery costs, and then we can maybe break.
Kent Leacock from Proterra. I just wanted to make a couple of comments on a number of the issues that have been raised. The first one is I would concur with BYD that the Altoona test did give an opportunity to learn some of the, let's just say, manufacturing issues that could arise from that type of a test. And in fact, the only reason that the bus had those 290 hours of downtime was that it wasn't actual repair time. The bus had to be taken off site and repaired. There was a minor structural issue that has since been fixed in the manufacturing process. And in fact, less than 6 months later, that same bus was deployed at King County Metro to do their own test, and they ran the bus for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week over a 3-month period, and did a total of 33,000 miles, which is more than the Altoona bus. And in fact, they loaded it to the equivalency of 90 passengers versus 97 passengers versus the 77 passenger capacity, and that bus achieved a 98% uptime. And furthermore, I'd like to conclude with that we have over 20-something deployments around the U.S., and invariably all of our customers have said that they are experiencing decreased maintenance costs. They're experiencing decreased costs on their brake services, less brake services. Now, I don't know about this retard thing. I have not been briefed on that, but I know that they've experienced lesser maintenance costs, and that's why most of them are repeat customers, not just first-time customers. And I think the only other comment I had was that in terms of the actual say, cost of maintenance of the buses. There's no single, for our bus in particular, there's no single component on the bus that can't be rebuilt for less than $10,000. And there's no single component on the bus that can't be replaced for less than $20,000 if that became necessary. You had a catastrophic failure of every major component, which hasn't happened in any of our buses yet. But if you did, you could get them all replaced, everything done for less than that. So I think that in some ways it's kind of premature to even say right now that the maintenance costs are more, because many of our customers aren't experiencing that.
All right.
Thank you.
I'll let Joe
Policarpio.
Yeah.
And it's a good segue into the battery.
All right.
Just so
good. Because we can do the battery thing and still discuss these other topics.
Yeah.
So
No, I just wanted to get back to the point that I share Steve's concern as well on that 19 cents per mile. I think that needs to be further scrubbed as you guys go through that modeling there. One of my biggest concerns for my customers is that what really is going to be the warranty on that battery, and what does that warranty mean? So there could be a 2-year warranty, a 6-year warranty, or a 12-year warranty, but typically that's for defects in material and workmanship, not normal wear and tear. So I wonder how the industry really looks at that going forward, because if you look at the same thing that happened on the hybrid buses, I think that many of our transit agencies are shocked about the relatively high cost of batteries. So that needs to get evaluated and somehow folded into what you guys are doing in the modeling here.
That's okay. That's a pretty good segue. So, so Jack and Lisa wants to say something too, but yeah. Okay. Well, we'll keep going. It's fine.
Yeah, we're just going to have less time on the battery projections, which may be more, which you may also want to spend just as much time on. But the key to all of these, and this is the other ones going forward, is we tried to be as inclusive as we could with all of this data. We took published data, we analyzed it, we put it out there for you to comment on, and you have, and we appreciate it. But the key is coming back with information for us. So we've got our, we've taken the comments that you've had here today, and we appreciate those. But we've got our, 19 cents per mile out there on the table. We're looking for information from you in order to move in any direction from that.
Okay, Lisa.
Hi. Okay. So my comment was on, certainly we're all looking at the long haul, and I think that's a very important part of the perspective as well as emissions. I mean, we're all here because we're supporting emissions, but we also have to look at the long haul and see how this particular technology is going to work for us the same as the other technology has. And part of that is that we need to make sure that we have an incentive beyond the per stage price if we're going to be moving into literally case testing new technology. We're taking huge risk, and we are running vehicles that essentially are not protected under any lemon law because we're commercial operators. And so that just goes right to his point as far as warranty goes. We finish that warranty at standard warranty, whatever these vehicles are pretty much falling under standard warranty programs, but yet we're taking huge risk. And Smith Electric Trucks is one example. You've got Frito-Lay, who has got 250 trucks, electric trucks, and they're cannibalizing all of their vehicles right now because Smith is going out of business. And so it comes to some of these risks that we're taking that are beyond maybe just maintenance cost, but real costs associated with running our actual transportation for the long haul. And if we're going to be the case testers, then we should have some type of guarantee by the people, dealers and manufacturers that have a stake in this too, by giving us extra long warranties while we're case testing your product.
Okay, one more.
Again, Daljit Bawa from Ballard. I just want to make two comments. One is on the regulations and the other one is on the fuel cell pricing. Let me take the fuel cell pricing first, actually, basically. I think I made that statement last time also when we were here. Currently, in Europe, basically the buses, the fuel cell buses, fuel cell hybrid buses, actually 12 meter, are being offered at a price of 650,000 euros per bus. And fuel cell contributes a lot towards the reduction in price of that bus. Not only that, that was under the 2016 call. Next year, there's going to be another call in 2017. We are targeting price reduction of at least another 50,000 euros in that bus. Again, fuel cell will be the biggest contributor. The difference is, under the 2016 call, there were 142 fuel cell buses. Under 2017, probably we'll have more than 150 fuel cell buses.
So to clarify, you're saying that the 140 buses were purchased? I mean, is this firm or is this a...
It is a firm price. Basically, the contracts are being signed right now. They will be shipped in 2017 and 2018.
Can you point us to any available information on what that contract is or the costs and that information?
Yes.
Because I was not aware of that at this point, so I'm not sure if my staff were.
I will send it to you.
So yeah, any data would appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we're going to shift discussion a little bit, and where I think some of these topics.
I just want to make, sorry to cut you off. Second question was regarding the regulations. About 8 years ago, in New Delhi, Indian government took a decision that we are going to convert all the buses, all the taxis, and all those tuk-tuks, which are burning kerosene and stuff like that, to CNG. It took them 2 years, and I think about close to about 20,000 vehicles, they were changed. And that's what the regulation can do, basically, is 20,000 vehicles changed within 2 years. The pollution did go down. Unfortunately, what happened was that the automotive revolution took off in India. So a lot of cars came on the road. 6 months ago, the New Delhi government took a decision, okay, we're going to do this odd and even system. That one day only odd numbered car will come on the road, and next day the even number car will come on the road. And you could see the air pollution level basically going up and down based on the number of cars that came on road. So that is what a regulation can do. Thank you.
And we're looking to avoid that here in particular. And so I'll try to segue and to Lisa's point, and the reason why I do want to get through these topics is the sooner we can kind of get to a relatively narrow common understanding what we think the costs are, the better we can understand where funding fits in and ultimately make recommendations in terms of funding policies and other things like that. So I'll put that out as a carrot because I know that that's an issue to address, but we keep getting stuck on some of the cost issues, and I was hoping that today we could get that range to be narrow. It doesn't mean that we would stop trying to address those, but that we could then move the dialogue onto other topics in addition to cost, because I know that those have been direct concerns of CTA, these risk issues, and even the statement of the funding shouldn't be strictly for the upfront capital alone because of the risk. Those are the kind of questions we can understand better once we get a better handle on what we're discussing, and then the risk can be addressed in many different ways potentially. So I'd like to have staff give a quick overview of the battery study. So again, it was what empirical data is out there. What does it tell us about batteries in particular? And then ultimately that'll lead to the discussion as to what does that mean for bus prices and projections, because we see technology improving there and costs coming down there, and we believe that translates into expectation of bus cost reductions as well. Do you want to give a quick overview? And then this is, again, available online. Feel free to provide comments to us on the details. But again, the request, and again, the request of this group was, what does any publicly available data actually support?
Hi, this is Fang Yan from ARB. I will give you a quick overview about a literature study conducted by ARB staff on battery cost for heavy-duty battery electric vehicles. This practice fits into the entire cost analysis exercise for the advanced clean transit program development. This practice is quite important because battery is the most significant cost component for a battery electric vehicle. The cost of battery could affect both the bus price and as well as their mid-life overhaul cost. The goal here is to identify what the current prices are for batteries and how their cost may decline over time. However, there are several challenges to estimate battery costs for heavy-duty battery electric vehicles due to the following three reasons. First, battery costs vary widely with chemistry, yet most estimates are for all types of lithium-ion batteries linked into one group. So it's important to identify the battery chemistry because of differences in material costs, technology maturity, and production volumes, which are crucial factors influencing battery costs. Second, most published estimates are applicable for light-duty battery electric vehicles and not for heavy-duty ones. Battery requirements for heavy-duty battery electric vehicles are different from those for light-duty ones due to their different weights, life expectancy, and driving cycles. And the third reason is that there is lack of information about implicit relationships between production volume and the battery costs for heavy-duty vehicle applications. So with this information in mind, staff reviewed 7 studies and talked with several industry experts to help us understand this better. The studies reviewed here, including reports prepared by Boston Consulting Group, CalSTAR, C. Delft, Navigant Research, Rocky Mountain Institute, Caltech, as well as a journal article published on Nature Climate Change in 2015. We also want to thank Michael Austin, Macy Nachetti, Jack Kahn, and Andy Swenton from BYD, Kent Leacock, Dustin Grace, and Alan Westenskopf from Patera, David Warren from New Flyer, Joe Pilicapio from Gilead, Craig Fraser from Actia, Shabir Ahmed and Paul Nelson from Argonne National Laboratory for their help and input. According to these studies, we identified the following 3 types of batteries: lithium iron phosphate, lithium titanate, and nickel magnesium cobalt oxide show promise in medium and heavy duty battery electric vehicle application due to their strengths in long time span, high specific power and or energy, and as well as their high safety performance. Studies show that batteries cost for light-duty battery electric vehicles have been declining rapidly during the last 10 years, and similar trends are expected for heavy-duty applications, especially with their increasing deployment. Battery costs for heavy-duty battery electric vehicles are currently in a wide range, from $350 to $2,000 per kilowatt hour, depending on battery chemistry. For 2015, lithium iron phosphate battery costs range from $350 to $1,200 per kilowatt hour. Nickel magnesium cobalt oxide battery costs from $700 to $900 per kilowatt hour. Both batteries are very commonly used for depot charging buses. So we aggregated costs for lithium iron phosphate and nickel magnesium cobalt oxide batteries together for depot charging buses, and their cost medians declines from $720 per kilowatt hour at present to the ballpark of $400 per kilowatt hour in 2020 and to $220 per kilowatt hour in 2030 by using this median value, or 324 kilowatt hour battery that is used for a depot charging bus could have a price reduction of about $100,000 between now and 2020 and expected to decline further in price by 2030. The estimated battery cost reduction from the aggregated data is in line with the bus price projection provided by BYD and Patera. In summary, based on the studies we evaluated here, there is a clear expectation that the trend in battery price reduction for heavy-duty applications will continue for the foreseeable future. the median of the expected battery price reduction are consistent with the bus price projection provided by BYD and Proterra. Lower battery cost per kilowatt hour are expected in significant lower electric bus price, longer range, or both, depending on the market factors. Although mid-life battery replacement are not expected for some buses, battery cost reduction are also expected to lower the cost for mid-life battery replacement in about 6 to 8 years when needed. So this is the overview. Questions?
So we'll start with Rick, if you can get a microphone. So again, I think maybe use Steve's words. I don't think these were unexpected results, but to kind of help us have some numbers and the basis for using those. Rick.
Thanks, Tony. Again, I appreciate the work. My question is more broad than, say, specific on this work. Two things. One is, every other component of a transit bus or a vehicle, for that matter, everything else that we've ever put on a vehicle going back 100 years has increased in price over time, in part because it's gotten better. There's been technology improvements to the gasoline engine, the diesel engine, the seats, the steering wheels. All the things that we put in our vehicles have improved and thus have gone up in price. You take a look at the average car that somebody buys today versus what my father paid, and there's increases there that aren't due to inflation. They're due to the car being a much better vehicle. Same with the transit bus. This work seems to assume that the batteries are not going to get better to the point where they're going to cost more because they're better batteries. In other words, I don't see any consideration here. And I think I think there needs to be some. If the battery I buy today for an electric bus is a certain way in 2016, I would like to think in 2035 it's going to be a lot better. It's going to weigh a lot less. It's going to be much more powerful, and therefore it's going to cost more, because as manufacturers of these things improve their technology, they're going to have to find a way to pay for that and make their profits. In other words, I don't see that consideration in here, and I personally would be very surprised if by 2035, if batteries truly go down this much in price, because I expect them to get a lot better, and I expect the manufacturers to find a way to get us to pay for those improvements.
No, and that's one of the things I think that we need to do with this. The conclusion here is on a per kilowatt hour basis, that the costs are coming down, and so that's going to translate into one of two things, or a combination. It's that, and the way most of the battery improvements are occurring over time, even within the same technology, is energy density improvements, and so you're getting able to store more energy generally in about the same amount of weight and in less space. So that can translate into, you just need a smaller battery in the future, or you can put a bigger battery and not increase weight and increase range, for instance. And there's an interplay there. And I think part of this is to get an understanding as to, we took the basic premise of, if you don't change the battery at all, then here's what you would see in terms of output. Now, there's some technology improvements and other things that I think are part of these future projections. And I think we're clearly already seeing this trend in light duty, no question. And I think we're seeing this trend in heavy duty as well. And I'd actually like Proterra to touch on, as I understand, they made some improvements in their batteries and have actually put those as replacements for their existing buses. And so in many cases, these higher energy density batteries can be put in place of an existing vehicle as well. And so it is a feature, and to be careful, it's in a depot charging strategy. I don't expect that you would need to extend range. In a depot charging strategy, you might want to extend range, and you might actually want to have different battery sizes depending on your needs. In terms of en-route charging, there could be potentially no need for any range extension because of the way you design an en-route approach. So that we should make sure that we're mindful that the impacts there may be a little bit different. But I think one of the next items is to kind of translate that into, well, what do we think this means into bus price projections to a degree, and then battery price projections for replacement batteries when we're talking about midlife. And so I think that's items I'd like to discuss.
Okay, there's a number of issues you brought up, and I think it's fair to assume that down the road there will be a opportunity where batteries will no longer continue to come down in price, and that there may be some escalation in price. And I think the overall cost model reflects that situation where there could potentially be an increase. But what I will tell you is that right now, to date, battery prices continue to come down. The costs for the buses have continued to come down. And in fact, based on the volumes that we are seeing in the volume orders and what we're getting from the suppliers, the battery prices continue to come down. We have contractual reductions in pricing that we are seeing right now at this moment in time. And that's with the improved energy density of the cells that we're seeing from the variety of manufacturers that are out there. There's a lot of competition right now out there with battery manufacturers, and they are driving down their costs at this point in time. And then, what we've done to make sure, and I can't speak to anybody else, but I know what we've done to make sure is that we have contracts that aren't battery specific. They are at a kind of basic component level where we build the battery packs ourselves. So we have control over that. The only thing that I'll even kind of shoot myself, the only thing that we can't control is the price of the precious metals. That could potentially be a problem. I have no kind of visibility into the future of precious metals, but for now and for the foreseeable future, the battery density is going up, and the energy capacity of those batteries are going up. And in fact, we recently made an announcement that we now are at 330 kilowatt hours of energy storage in our battery packs on board in the standard kind of battery electric bus that we do. And then I encourage all of you who are going to be at APTA to attend the opening session, where we'll be making another announcement as to another breakthrough that we've had in energy storage. It's been tested, it's been verified, but I'm under embargo by, they want to make a big announcement at APTA as to the energy storage that is going to be offered. And then you're right, depending on what your route is, also there will be differences, because you don't want to over capacity your bus unnecessarily. So there will be options available for varying amounts of energy storage based on what your duty cycle of your particular bus is. So in fact, in some instances, with this increased energy storage and lighter weight and improvements in the batteries, not only will the buses become cheaper, but they'll become lighter because they're going to need less battery weight because the energy density capability is improved. So you will see improvements. And right now, for the foreseeable future, and I'm talking out, 15, 20 years, we don't see energy density costs going up. They're continuing to go down. And then we have long-term contractual obligations that allow me to say that.
Tony, we also got comments from Diane, and Fred from CalSTAR also wanted to comment. CalSTAR document was one of the documents that we reviewed.
Okay, well, go ahead and get a microphone, please.
I was also interested in the performance trajectory, less so in the price trajectory, because I think we heard Metro recently do a detailed analysis on their ability to absorb zero-emission buses, and the barrier, and one of the cost barriers that they priced in there was the range issue. I think they claimed they need a 170-mile range in order to really meet all their routes. I'm sure there's X number of miles. I don't know what that mile number is. Everybody's got a different range requirement, and I think it would be really interesting to know, well, as we're doing this battery work, to know when we might get to this this range that covers all the ranges of all the transit buses, because that's about I'm guessing that's about a third of the corridors nationally. We've just did a study with 60 different transit fleets nationally, and they come up with about 150 miles range is acceptable for what they can handle, but above that, there's about a third that can't.
Yeah, so to actually, we'll do that after lunch, I suspect, but we have been asking the transits through a survey to give us information as to what the distribution of their range needs are, to answer that question as to where are the barriers, and if a fleet has some vehicles that are doing shorter distances, they could easily be replaced, but realistically they can't do that for their entire fleet. It's not every fleet. Some have really low miles. And so to get a handle on that, and so we do have the survey results we'll be sharing today. They are posted right now. And I'll let LA Metro address the range distribution, because we didn't get the details that we would like to see to understand that distribution. But I do want to point out that since that study is being brought up, we've already discussed here that there's no way we are putting forward a proposal that's going to require a 30% increase in the number of buses to provide the same service. We put that was our main discussion topic back in April. We put a formal paper on it that we're not going there. So to the extent that that is an issue, we've committed to avoiding that, and the question is just how. And understanding those details about individual fleets and their distribution is really important on a depot charging strategy. There are other options potentially. And again, but the battery density is improving is really what is driving the cost reductions. And so we do expect that there will be longer range for the exact same weight and size battery that exists today in the future. We didn't specifically try to determine that, but I think it's a good idea to have a grasp as to what we think the range extension could be in the next 5-10 years, kind of thing. September 12th? Okay. So September 12th, we'll probably have some new information, and then we'll obviously consider that too. Ray.
Yeah, Ray Pingle from Sierra Club, California. I just wanted to respond a little bit to Rick's point. I think we do have many examples of technologies in our lives that have come down dramatically in price. I mean, flat screen TVs, cell phones, personal computers, huge drops. Same thing in the renewable energy sector. When California first came up with its first RPSs, and there was a lot of concern, oh my gosh, it's going to be so expensive, it's going to make electric rates escalate tremendously, and guess what happened? Huge drop. I mean, solar panels are like 10% of the cost they were 10 years ago and continuing to decline, and it hasn't caused the problems. It's now cheaper than conventional generation. Another example in that space is stationary battery storage. The PUC issued a requirement for the IOUs to procure 1,300 megawatts of storage. Same thing, oh my gosh, can be too expensive, it's not going to work. Guess what? We probably will never see another natural gas-fired peaker generation plant approved for construction in the state. I think that's very likely that we will never see another one. And it's not because of regulation per se, although regulation certainly is providing the incentive. It's because battery storage is now becoming more cost-effective and better in just about every way than a gas-fired peaker plant. And the storage, the battery storage for stationary is also helping the battery storage improvements for transportation, light duty, as well as heavy duty. Specific examples, if you look on page 15, the bottom of the page 15 of the NREL Foothills Transit study, you can see a table in there showing the various bus purchases that Foothill Transit made with Proterra starting in 2009, and what the cost of the buses were and how many buses they purchased. And it started out over $1 million per bus, and every 2 or 3 years when they made additional purchases, the price got lower, while at the same time, the range of the batteries was getting longer. So if you look at a per kilowatt, the price reductions were even more significant. You look at what's happening in light duty, where the cost per kilowatt hour for car batteries for electric cars, maybe $500 or so a few years ago, and now General Motors for their Chevy Bolt they're only paying $145 a kilowatt hour for the cells through LG Chem. So this is happening It's happened much, just like with solar panels, renewable energy costs, many of these other things, costs have come down much faster, much deeper than early forecasters had made. And the same trend has been happening in batteries for buses and everything else, continuing to go down and will go down. There's an example of the DOE funded a new program about 2 years ago called the JCESR, the Joint Center for Energy Storage Research, which was a huge Manhattan-like project that nobody's heard of. And it's formed with 4 major national energy laboratories led by Argonne. Berkeley is involved, Lawrence Berkeley is involved, and others. 4 major universities that specialize in material science that have expertise. Several leaders in industry working on how they can commercialize this. Their goal is the 5-5-5 plan, to accomplish a battery that is 5 times as dense and 1/5 the cost in 5 years. Now, it won't be commercially ready by then, but the technology will be defined. And you talk to Mr. Crabtree, who's the director of that program, and he says, yeah, when we're trying to figure out what the goal should be, we thought we could really do 10, but we wanted to be conservative and only go 5. So, and there are similar programs in Germany. We look at it. So I just want to set the stage that if we think that battery costs are not going to continue to decline significantly, 7 or 8% a year is what a lot of experts are forecasting, that's a bad bet. It is happening. It will happen. And we would be making a bad assumption if we assumed it doesn't.
Thanks, Ray. We do have another comment over there. Please go ahead.
Bernie. Microphone, please.
Okay, well, Ray made a lot of the points I wanted to make already, and I agree with everything he said. This is Bernie Collier. I represent the electrical contracting industry in California, and I think Ray's right on target. I'll just add a few points to underscore what he said. He mentioned the Chevy Volt, that the price of those batteries has come down about between 70 and 80%, depending what numbers you look at, and they do track directly the decline in price of photovoltaic solar, which has come down about 90%. So, and everything he said about personal computers and all the rest, I think are absolutely on target. The prices are, and these new technologies are dropping very rapidly. The projections are that we're going to get to $100 or below per kilowatt hour in energy storage.
Uh-oh, we lost you. Did it turn off, or is the battery low?
Maybe the battery ran out.
Battery's probably
battery, maybe, I don't know.
Somewhere.
Well, I'll just finish up quickly and just say that the whole electrical contracting industry nationwide is deeply invested in energy storage because of the prices dropping and because of the huge increase in battery storage activity, which is creating further economies of scale, which is driving the prices down even lower. If you looked at the DOE site on energy storage just a year and a half ago, you'd see a few dozen projects. If you look at it today, you'll see over 900 energy storage projects, and it's multiplying very rapidly. So I just want to underscore everything Ray has said. Thank you.
Continue down the line.
Along those same lines, according to the Charles Love with Clean Energy, according to the U.S. Geological Survey, China in 2015 accounted for 85% of the world's supply of rare earth elements. To the gentleman from Proterra's point earlier, and I think everyone in the room has mentioned, the demand for these rare earth elements is skyrocketing. There's plenty of supply today, but 85% of the world's supply is controlled by China. And as more people switch their cars over to electric, which is, an average car drives 40 or so miles per day, it's a perfect range. It just seems to me that we could be missing something where you've got the entire world switching over to battery electric technology, but you've got one country controlling 85% of it, and we think that the prices for those elements, which no one can control in this room, are going to go down over time instead of up as it becomes a finite resource and we use more and more of them. Just a comment for consideration. And also on the back end of that,
there's tremendous environmental impacts in mining rare earth elements. According to the same report, it says these compounds, which are highly toxic when mined and processed, take a heavy environmental toll on soil and water. And so it's just something that if you looked at the carbon footprint of the mining of these rare earth elements versus renewable natural gas, not fossil, which is probably what you're thinking, but renewable, I think it might just add a little different color to the conversation.
Yeah, this is Jimmy from Union of Concerned Scientists. Just to respond directly to that. Okay. Well, the precious group metals, and every catalytic converter has a ton of them. So we're not immune to that with our current technologies. And those are resource limited and come from certain countries as it is now. And to the point of other resource limited commodities, what we're trying to replace are these fossil-based fuels, and there are certainly a lot of energy security questions around with those. So I think we can't paint certain technologies in too different of a light than what we're, what's the existing technology out there.
So now I'll let the gentleman in the back comment.
Yeah, let's see. It seems to be working. John Shears with the Center for Energy Efficiency and Renewable Technologies. On the rare earth elements, 85% of what's available is controlled by China. There's tons of supply elsewhere. It's just the economics in the market right now are such that those other resources just don't pencil out to exploit. California could be a source itself for some of those rare earth elements. Just want to reflect back on this issue about where costs might go. Certainly the pressure is on the battery manufacturers, both for the light duty as well as the medium and heavy duty applications, is to get the costs down, because they know right now to really be able to capitalize on that market, the pressure is there to get those costs down along with the performance, appropriate performance characteristics. So there's a trend that will drive those costs down. If we look at the research that's been done for the light duty vehicle market, for which there's a lot more data and a lot more deeper analysis that's been applied to that because of the grand bargain with the Obama White House and between California and the White House and the EPA and NHTSA, as well as other research that's been done by industry consultants for the regulations on the LDV side in Europe and elsewhere. There are studies that show that for conventional technologies, those costs will continue to increase, which goes to what was said earlier about every year the costs have gone up for steering wheels, et cetera, for the buses. But at the same time, the pressures on the advanced technologies mean that those cost curves will go down. And in the case of LDVs, around 2025, they will intersect. So likely what we'll see in the heavy duty and medium duty realms is a similar kinds of trends. The intersection point, of course, might be different. But as we add more bells and whistles to conventional technology, what's conventional technology today was in fact, in the case of hybrid vehicles, for example, advanced in 1998, 1999, when that was first introduced in the first passenger vehicles. So I just wanted to share in that work. I think that we can reflect upon in this context. So thanks.
David.
Yeah. Tony, with the comments that Kent made and Ray, fully agree with those comments. I do expect, and we can't control the rare earth, materials that go into the batteries, so I can't comment on that. But the Obama administration announced in July that there's a program called the Consortium 500 program. And I think this may be the program that Ray was speaking to, but their goal is to, led by the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory, with a consortium that includes the University of San Diego and Stanford and Tesla's on the advisory board to triple the specific energy of batteries to 500 watt hours per kilogram, and do this in a short time frame and get the cost down to $100 per kilowatt hour. So, you know, it's great to see the U.S., and that's going to be a 10-year, or pardon me, a 5-year, $10 million a year program. So we expect to see the battery improvements that Kent spoke about as well, and we're seeing that with the competition right now. So all that is true. I also want to comment that I don't expect that the price of the bus necessarily is going to come down, because what's going to happen is that transit agencies will end up speccing their buses with longer range. Now, what is long range? Well, currently, you know, you look at the Altoona test results, and New Flyer, BYD, and Proterra tested 3 different types of buses. Proterra tested a short-range bus that had a range of less than 40 miles. BYD went on the other end and tested a bus that had about 127 miles. New Flyer was right in the middle with how we chose to spec our bus, and we went 87 miles on range. So what does a CNG or diesel bus do? It goes 400 miles, or they're spec'd with 400-mile range. Now, we can sit here and argue whether that's needed in one day or not, but that's how transit agencies spec their buses. So if we see battery prices come down and we see the specific energy improve, what I expect will happen is that the transit agencies will load their buses up with more batteries, longer range, but the price will either creep up, stay the same, but don't expect it to come down, because I think what we'll see is a shift in philosophy between on-route charging and extended range type buses.
But okay, but your main point though was there's a clear interplay. It's either your costs are coming down with no increase in battery, or you're going to increase your battery capacity and probably maintain cost at some point that's competitive, depending.
Yeah, and my other point is too is while there's a lot of claims out there right now on range, the facts from Altoona suggest that there's a big gap between what a battery electric bus will do and what a CNG or a diesel bus can do capability-wise.
Correct, and then the premise we're operating under is it's finding the right fit. And that doesn't mean that every vehicle has to be capable of 400 miles if you actually don't need it. And just so that you know, I mean, we're having a different discussion with some of the bigger companies of truck fleets who are specifically saying the batteries are too big for what they're buying. They would rather buy less and have shorter range. So it's kind of an interesting dynamic, and we see the opportunities in transit to right size a vehicle. And
yeah, would you rather carry batteries around or passengers and freight?
Right. Okay. Lauren.
So this is going to be a non-data comment. I think that one of the things that transit operators in the room and others need to consider is this comes down to a question of what you want to do and what you're being told to do. And I think that if I came from all diesel, the 2 prior properties I was at, this agency that I'm at now is zero emission focused, and they make it work. I think that if you want to do something, it's easier. It's not meaning that regulation is something that any of us want or should have. So I think we're all individually going to have to make some decisions about what we can do, and that's actually where I'm going with this. I have the biggest problem with pullout with my CNG fleet. So I think that there are examples out there that are pros and cons. There's pros and cons to the different technology. There's pros and cons to the cost. Everything has a cost. I haven't bought a bus yet that wasn't more expensive than it was the year before. So I just think that in some ways, what you can do as a transit agency and what you want to do is just as important as what you're being told to do and needs to be part of the consideration.
Tony? I've had mine. So this again reflects on what Ray said, but this technology, whether it's battery electric or fuel cell electric, is really based on solid state development, and that has really 2 economies of scale and cost implications, both in terms of packaging in smaller sizes at less weight and manufacturing at less cost. And so what you've seen on the fuel cell side is the fuel cells that are running at AC Transit now are 900 kilogram boxes. The newest technology is well under 50% of that weight with much higher power density. So what you're seeing as a result of solid state technology and very few moving parts other than electric motor and some valve control with controlling flows of gas in the fuel cell system, you're seeing less cost, and that cost is going down. And it isn't just Ballard or Hydrogenics that's targeting these $100 to $300 price per kilowatt prices for heavy-duty fuel cells. It's General Motors that's talking about getting into that competition. And it's Hyundai Motors, and it's Toyota Hino in Japan. And China is also moving down that track with licenses to manufacture large numbers, high quantity fuel cells. So you're seeing cost reduction, you're seeing power density go up, you're seeing weight reduction, and you're seeing packaging. So as Dave said, in the end game here is we want to be able to provide good, clean transportation, but we want to be able to maximize the passengers that we carry.
Joe Policarpio from Gillig. As I was reading through your report here, I just wanted to make a comment here on the bus pricing, current bus pricing. I don't know where you came up with the figure of $234,000 differential between today's electric bus and today's CNG bus on page 14. So I think that you need to get more fact data. So data with facts in this report. The one fact that I do know is that there was one recent bid out there to the same specification. Everybody is talking about bus prices, and it's very difficult to compare bus prices without the same specification. There was a bus bid out there that had CNG buses and electric buses, and that number was $310,000 differential. That is a public bid. Those are the numbers that I think we must use. We can't use estimates given by bus OEMs. We have to use what's bid out there in the marketplace, number one. Number two, I just want to share my comments with about what David said and what Rick said. I do really think that battery pricing will come down, but I do believe that our customers are going to insist on more from us as OEMs. And by that, I mean they're going to want a lower weight bus, they're going to want a longer range bus, and I think the only way to do that is to get different technology in the batteries. And I don't think that that means the bus is going to come down significantly as you guys are thinking here. So.
So, Joe, while you're there, we had a discussion, and just the basics of putting together a battery electric bus versus a conventional bus should be considerably simpler in the manufacturing process. Are there no opportunities for reductions in that regard? At scale? I mean, I'm assuming at scale.
I would think not. You know, if we employ 900 people and I'm building a diesel bus, a CNG bus, a hybrid bus, or an electric bus, I don't send them home for the day when they build the electric bus in 1 hour. So you got fixed costs there. So I don't see manufacturing costs being any significantly less than what we would have today on a bus.
And component-wise, the long-term question in terms of long-term question as to future bus prices, let's say 5-10 years from now. Do you have any insight as to do they approach each other? Do they always stay but roughly the increment that we think we have now, even if battery prices come down a lot?
I think it might come down, the differential you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean,
I think the differential could come down, right?
Yeah.
But what I'm telling you is I know my customer base, and my customer base is going to want longer range batteries, less charge time, and less diverting of their fleet charging it during the day. So if we could eliminate that as bus OEMs, that's what our customers are going to prefer.
Avoid, I'm sorry, I missed the statement. Avoid charging during the day, just depot at
right.
night.
You know, because I think we are inconveniencing our customers by making them stop and charge for 10 minutes or 5 minutes or 15 minutes or whatever it might be during the day. I think that does impact their operations. Many of the transit or some of the transit agencies, or I guess all the transit agencies that have the buses now, you know, they make it work. And yes, you can make it work, but then I think you get that whole, do we need more buses in their fleet now too? So.
And I wanted to echo that too. You know, one of the things that
And I think your microphone's off.
is the inconvenience of charging. You really have to adopt a new behavior with your drivers in order to be successful. And then all day long, you're running against the clock for range anxiety, because what you used to have was 300 to 400 miles per range, and now you've gone to a third of that. And that requires management. The fact is that the vehicle miles traveled in a shift are longer than the range. That did not used to be the case. And so in order for us to be successful, we're looking at the new technology that is out there, and Tesla's a great example of what's going on. And it'll be the same for the public in passenger cars. They want the convenience of getting fueled quicker. The example might be is if I wanted to go to Las Vegas today, in my passenger car, in my fossil fuel car, it's going to take me 5 hours. In my electric car, it's going to take me 12 to 18 hours. Am I going to go? And that's what we're running into in the transit industry, is that our vehicle miles traveled are significantly longer than the range of the vehicles. And we've got lots of complexity when it comes to batteries. And so going into the new technology, I'm wondering if today's technology is almost antiquated. And for example, we're looking at vehicle technology battery power. We want more power. Charging infrastructure. That vehicle has to be able to adapt into that charging infrastructure to have more power. The wiring, it's also got to be wired for single phase or three phase. The connection, we have all different types of connections. Are we ever going to get universal? There's a huge amount of costs associated with installation. So where are we at with the next generation of technology? Because I really do see that we've got DC to DC, we got vehicle to grid, we got vehicle battery storage, more range and more speed to charge. And that's where I really would like to see what those costs would be for the future compared to what we're talking about right now.
Tony. So with today's near zero engine, excuse me, renewable natural gas, Chris Young, Cummins Pacific, 400 miles range, you know, we're there with the technology. I mean, near zero is just about as equal to the zero emissions battery electric bus.
We support near zero, but we won't say that they're equal. click. There's a difference.
For $300,000 more per bus.
Yeah, and again, and transit's a little bit different potentially than just private individuals. Is transits are operating a very predictable routes, and not all of them are doing 300 a day. Most of them aren't, according to the survey results, and we'll cover that in terms of the information.
Can I just comment on that a little bit? I think there is an opportunity though here. I think there's an opportunity. One of the things that the low NOx approach offers is the ability to accelerate these emission reductions faster than we could probably get new buses on the road. So repowering is really powerful, and in this whole equation, as we're thinking about moving to zero, if we can accelerate the repowering on the other side of those that aren't going to zero, that's really a powerful formula.
Correct. And to touch on that again, it's our thinking is to clearly accelerate the use of the low NOx engines in any bus that's purchased that isn't zero emissions. And the repower question is a discussion we had a while back where South Coast might not be here today, but if we don't, as a state, require it, it makes it much more straightforward for them to fund those. With some of the different sources of funding they have. And so that's a topic of discussion and the impacts of funding. So we agree that both strategies, frankly, is what we're kind of shooting for. So we always focus on the zero emissions and the cost because it's more controversial. The other parts are a little more straightforward. I would like to make sure to don't leave the meeting today without, if anybody has information as to something we can use as a basis for projecting what even the low NOx engine incremental cost would be, because we're kind of using a fixed number. And LA, I know in their report, was using a cost reduction going forward. I'd like to understand the basis for that as well. So if you guys have a basis for it, then that would be something we'd like to have. Doesn't have to be today, but at some point, because we don't necessarily have a justification. So are there any other comments on this? Okay. So it's quite a few. I'm going to work the way up the table this way.
Very quick one, actually. Basically, I think the answer is the fuel cell hybrid bus, actually, basically. You don't have to dig up the road. You don't have to put any overhead infrastructure. Put a 30, 40, 50, 60 kilowatt range extender on a battery electric bus, and you're good to go for 400 kilometers at zero emission.
So who's going to make that? Dave, you're next?
Yeah.
So you could speak to that,
To
too.
follow on with Daljit's comments, you know, why is New Flyer messing around with fuel cell buses? You know, we view fuel cell buses as an electric bus. And the fuel cell is really your onboard battery charger. So the bus that we're currently building for Sunline through the California Energy Commission has a fuel cell that is powered by 38 kilograms of hydrogen. And we've got 80 kilowatts of kilowatt hours of batteries on that bus. And that bus is going to have a range of over 300 miles. We have a bus at Altoona right now that's a 60-foot articulated bus that's got 68 kilograms of hydrogen, and we'll also have a range up to 300 miles. So, you know, we're technology agnostic. We're certainly low and zero emissions supportive of all types, but you know, we do see that hydrogen and fuel cells has a big role in our future here, and you shouldn't think of it as different technology than the battery electric bus, because the actual propulsion system is really the same as a battery electric bus. The fuel cell is just your onboard battery charger.
Permission to speak?
You're up the line.
Thanks, Tony. Hey, I just wanted to talk to you about clean energy. I just wanted to comment real quickly, just a slight concern of your statement that, you know, you don't think that a near zero emission bus to be cleaner than a zero emission bus, and I just think that that's factually incorrect. If you look at the data, I think actually we do pretty darn good on greenhouse gas reductions when we use renewable natural gas. I don't think that they're currently, at least on especially on a mass basis, you could even compare the two technologies, because we get a deep dive, and it's only going to get better, by the way, I think, with continued effort on trying to manage short-lived climate pollutants, because we're going to drive the technology and be able to produce, I think, even deeper carbon cutting renewable natural gas when we start to access dairy farms and other types of sources of renewable natural gas, and especially if we could do it here in California, utilities permitting. So I think that, you know, I just have to object a little bit on that, and I would encourage you to
I was including both pollutants.
A little bit. Well, let's talk NOx. Let's talk
GHG.
NOx, and I actually think you know, we should look at a full life cycle basis in terms of how we generate our electricity, because they're zero emission tailpipe vehicles. They're not zero emission vehicles. And we've done the analysis, and we'd be more than happy to submit that to you. And if you'd like to review Game Changer, we'd be happy for you to do that. But
can we get the details behind it, though?
What's that?
Can we get the details behind it?
Absolutely.
That'd be. I've read
Absolutely.
I've read most of the
we had a very inclusive group of stakeholders that commented on that, and we have no problem with that whatsoever. So finally, I'd just like to say that I'd like to believe that we can set policy that encourages all technologies, and it's important for, in my view, the Air Resources Board to be technology neutral. Set the goals. Let us help you get there by being able to advance technology. And by the way, I think if you look at the recent study, or I don't know if it's a study or it was a presentation But LA Metro did a very good job at demonstrating how quickly they could actually get to your goals. I mean, last time I checked, climate change is an urgent need. Now, using internal combustion engine technology with renewable fuels, and furthermore, we need that technology to meet the state implementation plan, which calls for 900,000 low NOx trucks or units with renewable fuels combined with that. So, you know, I just, you know, when you say, well, that's not, you know, I'm not going to believe that a zero emission bus technology can be outbeat by a near zero emission bus technology. I'm going to look at the data, and I encourage you to do the same.
Okay, so actually that tees up quite a few issues. First, in terms of the LA study, I'm pretty sure that I remember the results were that when you fully phased in the zero emission strategy, whichever they did, you were clearly below the GHG and NOx emissions that you could expect, even when you looked at renewable fuel. Understood. Well, and I'll go the further is, given the maintenance costs and the other things, we're talking that we're kind of close here. We're not talking about more money than God needs. And with respect to the GHG reductions, the important factor here is, as a state, we have a suite of options here and a strategy that requires multiple strategies. Clearly, there's a renewable fuel strategy. And when we look at trying to complement that with a measure here or a control measure, we can't count the same emissions a second time. So if we're going to achieve more GHG emission reductions than the renewable fuel strategy is going to, we can't count it again and say that we're achieving more. LCFS will get roughly a 10% GHG reduction or reduction in carbon intensity, but we need to get beyond that. And so we need to have a suite of complementary measures to do that. And so that's another issue that clearly the state can't be counting the same action twice. So what I'm saying is the GHG reductions are necessary. We, as a state agency, have proposed that not only the LCFS program to get more renewable fuel produced and used in the motor vehicle area, but even a low emission diesel concept of having half of all of our fuels being renewable. So we're more than supportive of getting more and more renewable fuel used and more vehicles using it. The mobile source strategy clearly outlines it's get the low NOx engines in any vehicle that zero emissions doesn't make sense. But there's an element that where zero emissions does make sense, and I think that's what we're exploring. So ultimately, as a state, I think we're consistent in terms of supporting a range of technologies. When we're looking at different programs, though, you have to look at different elements of it to have programs that ultimately achieve more than any one by itself would achieve.
Yeah, I'm not following you in terms of counting any kind of greenhouse gas emissions twice. But when I'm looking at the end product and the end result of a combined strategy using renewable natural gas and a low NOx engine, the performance is pretty darn good.
And we fully agree.
And I further would caution you, you know, this is something I haven't mentioned, by the way. I'm not really sure if you're eliminating any kind of flexibility in the rule by actually putting the rule inside the state implementation plan. That's something I want to talk with you a little bit later today, but it's not clear to me what that means by putting in the Advanced Clean Transit rule with it as a measure, as a direct measure within the SIP. You know, that concerns me. It concerns me in terms of the flexibility that these operators have to meet the rule if you're locking some sort of technology strategy into the SIP. But anyway, I also think that this cost analysis needs to be extensively vetted, because if your buses, your preferred technology cannot meet the range requirements that these transit operators need to meet, are they going to need to buy 2 buses to do the same route? Are they going to have to buy 3? And do we have the congestion availability to do that?
I'll let you finish. Okay. No, as I tried to start this morning, it's like we'll definitely I'll try to cover where we agree, So we absolutely agree. If for any reason you have to buy a tenth more of a bus, that's something we're looking to avoid. And so we're looking at the right size, and where transit fleets, a number of them today, are doing well below 150 miles. And there are buses I think is a depot charging strategy to meet that range. There are clearly buses that are going even 300 miles, but not as many as you might think. And zero emissions is probably not the best option there, at least not now, and who knows how long that'll be the situation. Except for fuel cell. And obviously cost all fits into answering those questions. And we're looking at an evolution over time. And so we are, as somebody kind of mentioned earlier before we started, it's like, well, let's either call some bets or hedge some bets. I mean, we're willing to specifically identify what we think are barriers that if we're not correct in our expectations, that the default, if zero emissions doesn't apply or doesn't work for your operation, the default will be low NOx and using renewable fuels. I mean, but where zero emissions does make sense, that we think is appropriate to move that forward, and there's more than one way to do that. And obviously, any schedule or strategy, those are kind of some of those things we'll be talking about later. But how you implement it and what your time frame is key, and that's part of why we started the discussion with, we're shooting for a 2040 time frame. This isn't do it all tomorrow, and this isn't do it, half your fleet in 5 years.
But that's 100% 2040.
That was
really,
and I can say that was a discussion document, and I think it's spurred a very useful discussion. But so we're still trying to answer some of those questions, and when we do cover some of the survey items, there's different issues, and I think it came up before. It's like, our board had specific questions. We have other questions. Group here has things we want to address. We're looking to address every one of those. Just I want to make sure that's not missed. And where we do not see that the technology is technologically feasible, and we'll look at costs and cost feasible, we'll be factoring that into any decision.
You will factor in the cost effectiveness issue, because in the last workshop you said that you weren't going to consider that as an off-ramp.
No, and so we will definitely consider cost and cost effectiveness. I think what I was trying to indicate is we're not going to look at cost explicitly as a mechanism. I mean, there are ways to do it, but generally we think we can avoid operational characteristic concerns without necessarily to avoid cost concerns, like establishing a way that you can identify this type of bus, so this is the only thing that's available to me and it doesn't work for my operation. We think we can find ways to address those kinds of issues that would avoid a cost concern. And that's why we
otherwise it's ridership that pays. I mean,
no, and absolutely, and we actually haven't had as much time on the discussion yet because we've been stuck on cost. Is we're actually looking for ways that we can facilitate transporting more people more effectively. It's not just a zero emission component to that. There's other mechanisms that we would look to support and put forward as a transit system. And so, but we really haven't spent much time on that because we're still kind of trying to get a grasp on the costs.
Tony, since both you and Todd mentioned the LA study, and this is Dana Lowell from MJ Bradley, I was the author of that study. I just wanted to be clear on what that study said. And perhaps, fortunately, that study said that both Todd and Tony are correct, but they're talking about buses in different time frames. So what that study does show is that a bus operating on RNG with a low NOx engine today is as clean as an electric bus operating on grid electricity in California today, both in respect of GHG and NOx. However, it does show also that if California meets the goals it has set for continuing to improve the grid and reduce emissions of both NOx and GHGs, that eventually, maybe by the 2025 or 2030 timeframe, an electric bus will be lower emissions of both NOx and GHG than an RNG bus with a low NOx engine. So if you're talking the immediate timeframe, you're correct. But if you're talking, the future, Tony is correct. All right, so that's what it says.
I appreciate that point because, yeah, timing matters a lot. And that's why, again, even what we're looking here is what this what fleets may be doing, in the next 5 to 10 years could be quite a bit different. They'll be doing later too. But yeah, I guess in fairness, and my response to that comment is, yeah, my time frame is at least 2030 or later, because I'm not thinking we're going to be talking half the fleet by 2030, at least in my mind. But
it assumes no advancement for natural gas or renewable fuels. I think 2030 we both don't know what we're talking about.
No, and again, we need all of the above, and so to, I guess, to maybe say where we are on the same page is, I think we agree that we need all of the above for motor vehicle use, and broader than that actually in California. When it comes to transit, we look at that as maybe it's just a little bit different because of fixed route and shorter ranges and things like that. We don't necessarily have the same view when we look at that part of the market. But so Jennifer or Jack.
My understanding is we were going around the table.
I'm sorry. Can I interject one point? I think one of the areas that Tony mentioned but got glossed over a little bit was there is still a double counting issue with LCFS with regard to renewable natural gas that we have to discuss at some point. It doesn't have to be here. It doesn't have to be now. But when you're looking at emission benefits and the comparisons that have been done in some analysis, we have a methodology, we have a rigor of looking at what is surplus, what is not, and accounting for it. And the LCFS does have the renewable natural gas credits already. So
is that how you get your electricity too?
Can we have other people discuss too?
But is it true?
Can we please have
this is Yaqin Chao from ARB. To further address what Jack just mentioned, LCFS actually has that stated in their staff report released in, I think, November 30th, 2014 on page 18 of the executive summary.
But yeah, just for Jennifer's minute, this is a crucial issue because the state has to put several programs that work together, and so to do the same thing as what another program's doing in this program wouldn't achieve something different, and so we need to go beyond that, and it's critical because we want to make sure the message isn't lost. We by all means support renewable fuel use, we support low NOx engines, but we also need other mechanisms, and that if a program is already being incentivized or required in a different rule, we're not going to here say we're going to just do the exact same thing and count it again. And so we have to go beyond that. It's the difference.
I agree with that, but I just wanted to.
Okay. So we'll go to Bernie and then we'll go to Jennifer.
Well, then I hope we're going to lunch because, in case anybody doesn't know, it's already 1:15. I think a lot of people are hungry.
Yes.
But I would like to comment on a number of comments have been made over all of these meetings. There have been consistent comments about range and about charging. And Tony, I'm really glad you addressed this. And I just, once again, want to underscore what you were saying is these discussions should not be about the range today, and they should not be about charging frequency today, because we are talking about over a 20-year implementation. We're talking about phased-in approach. We're talking about retiring buses as they age. And as I think you said very well, Tony, over the next 5 years, we may be implementing new zero-emission buses on the shortest routes, and 10 years from now on the medium routes, and 15 to 20 years on the longest routes. And I think that's a really important point because...
You said that better than I did.
Well,
okay.
I'm just building on what you said. But to discredit these electric buses because they can't service all the routes today, or they need more frequent charging today, is missing the whole point of an over 20-year phased-in approach.
Jennifer.
Actually,
Oh, okay, sorry. You got Jamie.
Thank you. I read the LA Metro report in great detail, actually, with many, many questions. But since Dana raised the clean emissions comparison now, currently, why wouldn't renewable natural gas used in a methane reformer to make hydrogen, then used in a highly efficient fuel cell vehicle be cleaner than burning it up in an inefficient ICE engine? No, we're not talking cost, strictly emissions, because the discussion that was just happening was about today emissions. And so when I look at the state and what the state's trying to achieve with the RPS standards, renewable portfolio standards, for stationary fuel, why would we burn up renewable natural gas supplies in a relatively inefficient internal combustion engine instead of applying those available supplies to improving the RPS with a very highly efficient, 45 to 50% efficient combined cycle gas turbine engine, which, by the way, would improve reduce the carbon intensity of grid power that would go into a battery electric bus, which operates at 85 to 90% efficiency, or used in steam methane reforming, utilize that in a fuel cell vehicle with longer range at between 50 and 55% efficiency. So I think we need to look at the total picture and what our objectives are beyond special interests within the transportation sector, but the whole larger goal of AB 32 and hopefully SB 32.
So, yeah, Jennifer, and then we'll do lunch, and we'll come back and touch on the, we can still get back on the subject after lunch.
After lunch.
Okay. So Jennifer, you get the last word, other than Alex, do a break real quick.
Okay. Okay. I wanted to say, being the first time being in this forum, that I appreciate all of the comments and the concerns regarding the cost, because the cost is a salient concern, especially for fleets that have transitioned over to compressed natural gas. But I also wanted all of our members of the forum to consider that when we're talking about the operating costs of an electric bus versus a compressed natural gas bus, it's myopic to not consider that there are extraction, distribution, and storage of natural gas aspects that we haven't really discussed in terms of compressed natural gas versus electric gas, which is relevant for the forum to consider. And when we talk about the idea of ridership ultimately paying, the other thing that we're not addressing is the majority of where these buses are driving, where those people are living, and the methane that is involved, unfortunately, at times with the extraction, distribution, and storage of the natural gas. So compared to the alternative, compressed natural gas is a better choice. But when we're talking about ridership paying, and we're talking about something that's not just a cost analysis, it's incumbent upon us to also consider the difference in the entire life cycle of everything that's involved in these transportations, as opposed to cost and compressed natural gas, and the people that are living in these communities that are predominantly riding on these buses.
Well, thank you. So with that, we will take a short lunch break. We will start at 2 o'clock. I have a clock as 1:22. And if you shuffle in, that's fine. And we'll talk about the survey results and continue the discussion. Okay, if you want to do a side, yeah, if you want.
Oh yeah, no, I'm always.
Do I have? Okay. We're going to start momentarily. So please find your seat. And for the folks haven't had the chance to do the sign-in sheet, we're going to circulate the sign-in sheet one more time around the room. So please help us to capture your presence here today. Thanks.
One around the table.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and get started. Is this on? Yes.
Maybe your time disconnected from monitor.
I just want to tell you, I think you're doing a great job.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's entertaining.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Keep fighting.
Hello?
Okay,
Hello?
It's showing green, it's not on.
Okay. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me now?
Is it?
Sort of. Do you have a mic?
Okay, this is working.
Okay. Hello? Hello? Can you guys hear me? Sort of? Doesn't sound very clear.
No, it's on, but it's not loud.
Can you control the volume over there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is not on.
This one works.
Okay. Can everybody hear me now? Sort of?
Sort of, maybe.
Okay, if you guys can come in, we're going to try to get started again. We really don't have much time. We're scheduled till 3 o'clock.
Tony, you're mumbling.
Doing my best. Can you guys hear me reasonably well? Okay. Is we're going to just give you a couple of minutes on just the rate calculator and then go through some of the slides on survey results just to kind of give you a perspective on that, because I want to make sure everybody's aware of it, and then we can just open up for discussion after that. So Steve, is that okay if we cover those two first, or do you want to make a comment real quick before we... Okay, you want to continue it, continuation?
Not me, but
We won't forget, but we might run out of time.
I'll make it quick. Back up here, stand by. My computer's decided to be finicky, so I'll wing it. So my numbers will be within some close margin of error. I just wanted to make a couple of comments on what we were talking about before lunch, before it leaves everybody's mind. I think the conversation sort of steered out of the scope, and we started talking about emissions between the different technologies and what the benefit is. I think that's a very important conversation, and Todd and others here, I look forward to working with you on that, because what we're working on right now is the cost side of the equation. There's still two big areas to work on, is number two being funding and number three being benefit, because with any regulation of this scope, we want to do a cost-benefit analysis, and that'll include looking at the emissions footprint in terms of criteria, pollutants, climate change potential of any of the various alternatives, and sort of what the bang per buck is, or dollars per ton, as we've traditionally done. So I'm not going to talk any more about that, because I think that's a subject for another meeting. I wanted to comment on, Tony, you mentioned repeatedly that ARB is set against any regulation that would cause a larger than 1-for-1 bus replacement ratio. Our partners at LA Metro have done a thorough analysis and come to the conclusion that it'll be, in the long run, probably 1.3 to 1, and at least in the short run, 1.17 to 1. I think there's others in the room that will probably agree with that. I just wanted to make a quick point. If it's a true statement that we're not going to do anything more than a 1-for-1 replacement, that takes the opportunity charge buses off the table immediately. Because think about a bus that has to stop for 10 minutes every hour and charge. That's 17% of the time that bus is sitting there not doing any work at all. Now, there's cases where you can build that 10 minutes into a stop at a transit center or something like that. But once we get past some level of penetration of the opportunity charge buses, you're going to need 1.17 to 1
just by nature and virtue of the fact that, that bus can't work for a full hour at a time. It has to stop and charge. So I want you to be cognizant of that when you make the statement that we're not going to go anything past one-to-one replacement, because I really don't see any scenario where that's going to be possible. And then moving on, we started getting a little bit into dollars of the regulation. We've built a new model, a statewide model, and even if we use the assumptions as they sit on the table, on ARB's table right now, your proposed assumption, we're still looking at potentially a multi-billion-dollar regulation. So I think we all need to be cognizant of that as well as we go forward. And then the real issue and the real point and the reason we're here was to further our refinement of these assumptions, some of which I think we're on the same page with, some of which we're pretty far apart yet. One of those issues, and that was part of this battery cost discussion, is what is that electric bus going to cost in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? And it's interesting, and one of the things that's kind of bugging me here is we have 4 bus OEMs sitting in the room today. 2 of the bus OEMs say they don't see any dramatic declines in electric bus price over the short term or the long term, and 2 of the bus OEMs say the reductions are going to be quick and dramatic. So what's the disconnect there? Why do we have folks doing the same business with radically different perceptions of what the future holds here? And I think that's key to the model. We need to reconcile and resolve that difference. Because if I talk, it sounds to me like from what I heard today, if I talk to Gilliger, I talk to New Flyer, I'm not going to see a major price reduction. If I talk to Proterra or I talk to BYD, I'm going to see a dramatic price reduction in the neighborhood of $125,000 over 5 years, or in the case of Proterra, I think the number was 7 years. And then that brings up another question, and then I'll be quiet. When I look at the BYD numbers and I look at your chart for battery price projections, it basically tells me that right now in the BYD bus, the battery's worth $290,000 and the bus is worth $478 as part of that equation. BYD projects that in 2020, that bus price is going to be a total of $644,000. So it brings up the question, is BYD's expectation that the bus glider itself, there will be no inflationary pressure on that? Because we've sort of agreed through our discussions, and on Tuesday we spent a lot of time on it, what is the historic inflation rate for buses? And we arrived at a number that was 4%. And I went back and looked at our internal records, and it looks like, based on what Golden Gate Transit's been paying for buses for the last 25 years, 4% is a pretty good number. So it's sort of a big disconnect for me when I talk to my partner, Rolando at Long Beach, and they're in a current contract for electric buses that has the per bus price without their add-ons or CAT AVL or just the basic bus price of $778,000 today. It's a 5-year contract that, by the way, includes a producer price index escalator. So based on what the producer price index has been for the last 10 years, those buses are going to be $833,000 in 2020. Yet the vendor's telling us 644, so it's a pretty big disconnect there, and I think we need to spend some time discussing that. Maybe today's not the day, but I think we need to resolve those issues, because if the dramatic price reductions are what we need to expect, then I would expect that the long-term multi-year bus contracts would include some kind of a price de-escalator, not a price escalator. And I know from being in the industry for a while that the American Seatings, the Rikon Glass, those people of the world aren't going to hold their prices steady for very long at all. There's inflationary pressure on all those things that make up that bus glider. So in terms of bus costs that we're going to use for our modeling purposes, I think we're kind of all over the place at the moment, and we need to spend some time on that. With that, I'll be quiet.
Okay. So I guess we're not going to jump real quickly onto these other items. So since we have the manufacturers in the room, what I heard, since this is all about interpretations, I think it's like, I think Dana indicated, it depends on what time frame we're talking about. What I heard from either David or Joe is that everybody here, I think, is acknowledging that we would expect battery prices to continue to go down. I don't think that's an area of debate. The question is, will that translate into longer range buses that ultimately means more battery on every bus and thereby much longer range for equivalent prices to today, is what I heard from them. And one of the things we were looking at is, given if the bus doesn't change and the range doesn't change, then that would translate into lower bus price. I think both can be true, and ultimately the market will determine that to a degree. Am I mischaracterizing any of that, or do I? Okay, so it's not a super simple issue.
Can I jump in on that? And from a regulator's standpoint, that would mean, do we, with what Tony said before, that we are going to design a regulation that does not require any appreciable increase in the number of buses? So does that mean if we design a reg that uses a greater utility and assumes buses can do 200 miles, then we will have to assume higher costs associated with those buses. Even if the battery prices have come down, we'll have to assume they put more batteries on. If we design a regulation that has the assumption of current buses, then we could take into account the cost reductions that come with those battery reductions. And we're just saying we're not going to do both. You know, we're not going to either ding ourselves both ways or take both benefits, just as you wouldn't. But the battery reductions are real, and the opportunity is there for greater utility. It's just a matter of then, all right, let's work together, design a regulation that makes sense given these opportunities.
Sure, Joe.
Yeah, just Joe Policarpio from Gillig. Just one clarification from my side regarding your point. We still will have your normal escalations on the other parts of the bus, right? So that's going to go up at 2 or 4% a year, whatever we think it's going to be, separate from the battery.
Yeah, and I'd appreciate if you, not right now necessarily, but I'd appreciate if you could identify what that core part of the bus would be that doesn't have the internal combustion engine, those kinds of things, to maybe do that assessment. I think that would be the best way to do it, because right now we're doing a really simplistic approach of we don't know what the electric components are from the internal combustion engine components. If we separate those, I think that would make it a lot easier to do that. Steve, does that sound like a good bit? Okay. So Ray?
Yeah, Ray Pingle, Sierra Club, California. Just very quickly, there was a question that came up earlier in the conversation about battery warranties and, you know, midlife replacement costs for batteries, which of course could potentially be a huge cost. But in fact, BYD, for example, has when you purchase the bus, it comes with a 12-year warranty, and it's not just materials and defects, it's also for capacity. And so if the bus doesn't live up to the full capacity guarantee in the warranty, they will provide new batteries. With Proterra offers, when you buy the bus up front, if you can buy, it's a 6-year warranty, and for $50,000 you can continue that to a 12-year warranty. So I think that takes a huge amount of the risk on the replacement of battery costs mid-cycle.
All righty. Proterra, yeah, sure. I'll hear from the manufacturers.
Yeah, and I would add to that that's a blanket warranty. It's not just for defects. It's wear and tear. It's just just a flat warranty on the first 6 years, whether it's wear and tear usage or whatever. And then the 12 years is the same principle. It's not just for defects or, you know, some other types of situations. It's just full coverage blanket warranty. And then the other thing that I think everybody's missing in this overall discussion, at least from, and maybe it's similar with BYD because they're also ramping up their actual bus production here in the U.S. The Proterra bus price that I think they've seen it multiple times out right now at $749. That's on a onesies and twosies basis. And I know for a fact, it's not public yet, but I know for a fact that SEPTA that just purchased 25 buses is not paying $749 a bus. They're getting a discount based on that level of volume. And in fact, as with any kind of nascent industry, as you ramp up your production, you get efficiencies, that's going to also help drive down the costs. And in the CARB model, it's clear that we anticipate a point in time when all those efficiencies will at some point in time top out, and then the bus price will increase in a manner similar to all other buses in the industry with all the other parts, et cetera, et cetera. But for now, we will continue as we scale and increase production. We will continue to be able to drive down the price of the bus because I mean, you know, 5 years ago, it was a $1.1 million kind of bus. Now it's a $749 or less if you're buying, you know, more than a onesies and twosies order. Now, then of course there's the options and configurables that can drive the price back up, but the base price is going to be under $700 by next year for a large order, and then from there your options. But you know, the price is coming down and it's going to continue to come down.
Okay. So, oh, yes.
And for BYD's part, you know, the 12-year warranty is also blanket. Any change to below 70% state of charge results in automatic battery replacement. And we have to remember that, you know, the incremental cost, as Ken was alluding to, between the battery electric buses and conventional buses will keep going down as the price of the battery keeps going down.
Okay, David. No, it's not working. You guys give him a different one.
David Warren from New Flyer. You know, I just want to point out that, you know, we're in a time right now that technology is changing very quickly. And it's not just emissions. And if we look at what's going to happen with the autonomous vehicles and the number of sensors they're going to be put on buses very soon, within 5 years, collision avoidance systems. We talk about the price of the bus going down or staying the same. It's going to go up. So, you know, safety is a good thing, you know, whether it's vehicle to vehicle, vehicle to grid, pedestrian warning systems. There's going to be a lot of other costs besides the emissions that are going to affect our industry.
On to David. Somebody behind you on your left, on your right.
And David Rentschler, City of Fairfield and Fairfield and Sassoon Transit. Tony, you were saying 1-for-1 buses, and the representative from BYD just brought up that for 12 years they guarantee 70% state of charge. That's not a 1-for-1, 70% state of charge.
I think part of that presumes that you're going to buy a bus that will meet your needs for the full life, and so we would factor that into that interpretation.
So buy a bus that at 70% state of charge meets.
That'd be one way to address it. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and then frankly, I think this is kind of where I'll maybe try to shift over a little bit to the discussion. It's like one of the things that we're going to try to learn about a little bit better is what transit fleet practices actually are. We know a number of transits have trippers and other types of buses where they tend to, I think right now, tend to be the older buses that aren't as reliable, and they don't necessarily do the same routes and service that the newer ones are doing. And if that factors in and makes sense for a shorter range bus at that point in the future because it's consistent with the practice, then we would see that as a 1-for-1. If that is counter to what the fleet's practice is, then the question is it reasonable to expect them to potentially change it if it's manageable or not? And I don't know, and I don't know enough about that, but those are the kinds of things that we hope to learn from some of the transits when we kind of get into some more particulars about that, and that'll give us a better footing on individual fleet potential costs, and then it'll make it easier for us to then understand what the funding differences are and how to even look at cost differences and risks and things like that. So I want to use that to go ahead and shift over to, I guess we can touch on, we'll spend 3 minutes on just the rate calculator thing. We are looking for comments on that. We put online a spreadsheet to allow you to estimate cost depending on charging strategies and usage. And then we'll go over the survey results real quick because I want to make sure we have enough time to cover next steps and just give you an overview of what that is and how we make the rest of it available. So Matt, you want to go real quick?
Hey, I'm Matt Williams, and I'm hopefully going to be introducing the least contentious item today. The purpose of the battery electric bus charging cost calculator, as you may have figured from the name, is to estimate the non-infrastructure electricity costs associated with charging battery electric buses. The calculator is designed to estimate costs for both major charging strategies, en route and depot charging, with adjustable variables factoring in charge time, equipment power, and bus activity. The charger comes with 7 standard charging setups, 4 en route and 3 depot charging. The en route scenarios include a 500 kilowatt charger used for 15-minute charging out of a 15-minute demand metering window, 10 out of 15 minutes, and 5 out of 15 minutes, which is reported by Foothill Transit. A 250 kilowatt 15-minute en route option is also available to cover lower power or inductive charging. Finally, 3 depot charging scenarios are available. 80 kilowatt charger with some on-peak charging, 80 kilowatt charger with no on-peak charging, a 40-60 split between mid and off-peak, and 50 kilowatt charger with no on-peak use. The calculator also comes standard with rate schedules from 9 California utilities built in. Users can input their own rate schedules or fully customize the specifics of their charging strategy. And all of these instructions and more information are available on the first tab, which is the introduction. The calculator is still in development and does have some limitations which we intend to resolve in future versions. For example, the tool cannot yet estimate the costs for having 2 en route chargers at one location, which would require them being on 1 meter. And it does not allow users to consider battery electric buses commingled with existing electricity loads. In addition, rate schedules change and require manual updating, but we'll try to keep this tool updated as much as we can. And in moving forward, your comments and suggestions are useful to us as we refine the tool.
I was going to go right to the survey results, and then we can discuss any on all of the above. Sure, Lynn, let Lynn get, Lynn's the only one that gets a comment on this one.
Is there going to be any option to have different levels of charging at the depot?
So currently, as built, there are 2 options, 80 and 50 kilowatts.
Can they be mixed?
Almost everything in there you can override. So you can put in any value you want. Yachin, could you go to the rates table? Sorry, at the rates, the tab.
There is ability for a user to input any charging strategy that you want to employ, and I think this is designed to, in essence, look at what the rate would be at any given meter. So it's not necessarily a fleet-wide model, but at any 1 meter you can model your results.
So here you can actually design your own charging strategy. You can choose whether it's depot charging, en route charging, put your max charging power, how many buses you're going to put per en route charger. If you're doing that, your demand in each metering period, and your power usage distribution.
So we could walk you through the details on how to do it yourself, but if you do see that there's a relatively typical strategy that you would want us to kind of just automatically put in there, because all you do is just add numbers to the list there, and you could pull it from a list. So if there's other strategies that we should put in there as to allow people to kind of facilitate.
The question was really having 2 different levels at the yard at the same time.
I see. That is not currently included.
Okay, so now I want to give you guys a quick summary of the survey results. I said 1 this time. I'm going to hold to that. You can be the first commenter after we're done. Because this is information we got from transit fleets, from our survey questions. If you haven't turned them in yet, by all means do. On a couple of issues and items, I think we're going to follow up with some individual transits just to clarify some information that we got. But so we're kind of showing you a summary of some of the results, and frankly, we're going to use this to then, I think, identify issues and barriers and individual fleets that we think it would be instructive for us to meet with. So Jordan, you want to go ahead?
Is this on?
Yes.
You hear me? Okay. Hi, my name is Jordan Ramalingam. I'm also staff here at ARB. So Tony said we're going to go over the preliminary results of the transit survey. So moving to slide 2. Again, the purpose of the survey was to gather information about transit fleet operations and fleet characteristics. And this can help identify the reg design in the future, understand potential barriers, and how we can follow up with certain transits. Part A and Part B are the two main splits here, information about the agency and then the division specific. And moving to slide 4, we want to acknowledge the 37 transits. I'm not going to list them all for sake of time, but thank you for those that took the time to fill it out. And again, please fill it out if you haven't gotten the chance.
Yes, if your name's not there, turn one in.
You can read that. All right, moving to the overview slide. So we covered issues such as the bus purchase cycle, purchase method, recent expected purchases. I'll get into those later, as well as the fuel procurement, the low carbon fuel standard participation, and the enhanced mobility programs. Division specific questions were more focused on operations, and as well as division characteristics, parcel size, space at the depots, how far you're driving your buses, electricity use, the provider, and infrastructure, recent improvements, that type of thing. The respondent profiles, just to give an overview, we believe we received a reasonable distribution of responses from the fleets in different parts of the state.
Slides off.
There we go. So as I was saying, we received, I think, a reasonable distribution. Just there, the red is greater than 100 buses total. Smaller, less than 100. So we had a wide distribution of different sizes and geographic differences. Okay, moving to the division size slide. Okay, so this is a pretty complex chart here. Really, it shows the size of the parcel for each division as reported from the survey in acres, as well as how many buses are currently operated out of the division, with the shaded area showing how many more buses the facility is capable of serving, the total capacity. And the parking strategy is also shown in that little letter off to the far left there. You can see an A, which means assigned parking, an F, first in, first out, and some fleets refer to that as stacked parking, and as well as other and no response. We believe that this figure, I'm not going to go into it in too much detail right now, but we believe this figure will help us identify fleets that are more likely to have concerns with limited space. And we intend to use this to identify fleets to meet with personally about potential barriers to ZEB development so we can better understand the situation. And for not all the transits filled out all the questions, so if your info isn't in here, it's because it might not have been included. Okay, moving to the daily mileage distribution, the standard buses and cutaways. So we have a comparison here. This was from the 37 transits, 4,591 standard 40-foot buses are accounted for here, as well as 761 cutaway vehicles. And so it honestly just provides a perspective on what portion of the respondents' fleets will have the most challenges with the depot charging strategy. And we also looked at how this distribution differed for smaller fleets on the next slide. Moving quickly here for sake of time. The next slide, we've got it broken down by the average from left to right, the average for all fleets sizes, transits with greater than 100 vehicles, which accounted for 4,400 buses, 50 to 99 vehicle size transits, and smaller transits, less than 50 vehicles. And this prompted looking at the mileage distributions on a per agency basis to understand what options might be available to individual fleets. So we're not just looking at averages here. So as we move to the next slide, we can look at, so this is a breakdown of all the transits operating standard 40-foot buses that we received comments from or responses from. At the far left there, we do have a couple of zeros. Oh, they're not there anymore. Well, there were two transits that very small transits, Siskiyou County Transit and Tahoe Area Regional Transit, that were operating 5 and 7 buses total that did not operate any buses less than 150 miles. And that is what this chart shows. It shows the distribution by agency, the percent of standard buses driven less than 150 miles per day. So clearly, as you can see on the far left, there are 2 transits. I should point out the red is agencies with greater than 100 buses total, the larger transits. There's 2 transits, Victor Valley and Riverside here, that operate their buses further than the rest of the state on a daily basis. And we just think this information is helpful for identifying individual transit fleets that we could follow up with to better understand operations. And
Ron.
Okay, we believe we should focus on the fleets on the far left, as I said, those 2. When overcoming barriers to deploying a depot charging strategy. And do want to point out, it's interesting that Antelope Valley and Foothill Transit are not on the far left, and they have already committed, they are on the far left, I should say, and have already committed to going all electric. So we will be looking to them to learn how they plan to meet their service needs. We're going to be following that closely. Moving to the LCFS program participation, I'm going to go very quickly on a couple of these. So as of the date of the survey, most of the survey respondents actually had not participated in the LCFS program. And as you can see, there's a breakdown even of the no category. There, a lot more than half of those are CNG, LNG fleets. Moving to the bus purchase frequency. On this figure, we see that most fleets purchase buses every year, but that 1/3 of the respondents regularly make purchases in 2 to 4 year increments. And then we did, in the past and planned bus purchases, we asked this question about purchasing patterns, mainly to understand differences among fleets, as well as to help understand possible implementation schedules, to address concern about stranded assets as well.
Hey, Yachin, could you get to the next slide, please? Thank you.
Infrequent purchase patterns are not limited to the smallest fleets. That's what this shows. On this graph, we see that Orange County is also not planning another purchase until 2021. Information from San Diego and LA Metro were not incorporated here. We didn't have the information in time to incorporate it, but in the final version, we will be able to get that in there. And moving on to the year of installation for natural gas infrastructure. Again, we asked survey questions about existing infrastructure to address questions about stranded assets. And from this chart, we see a fairly wide distribution of when investments were made for CNG and LNG infrastructure. And we are still seeking better information about CNG station life or upgrades to extend the life of existing questions. So in summary, the respondents represent about 50% of the buses in the state. We think that was a pretty good sample to begin with. This does help identify fleets with a higher likelihood to have operational barriers, which is the point of the survey, was to understand operations better and identify transits we can meet with to address specific concerns. We can plan to, as I said, we plan to meet with the individual transits. This gives us information about fuel costs as well and existing infrastructure to be assessed in case studies to follow. We, again, plan to follow up with respondents about incomplete information so that we can get a representative sample. And we are still accepting surveys. So you're welcome to send those in if you haven't gotten the chance. And we're open to questions.
Okay, so we've got 20 minutes to the scheduled meeting time. So if you have any questions about the survey, Dave, I saw you taking pictures. It's online. So even though we didn't provide it in advance, we posted it so that people who are participating remotely have it, and then you can print it and get a copy later. Open up the discussion. And so obviously, or not obviously, but one of the agenda items was about doing individual fleet evaluations. We see that to an extent to when we're going to look at costs, we want to clearly do that on an individual fleet basis, but also to gather information where there might be barriers. And so we might combine those. But so if there's any fleet that's particularly interested in getting to that level of detail, by all means, let us know. Clearly, we're going to touch bases with Antelope Valley and Foothill about what they've been doing. And then we think it's appropriate to look at the situation for some of the larger transits very easily. And I think we want to identify a few smaller transits to understand Again, different issues potentially that include logistical and even the way they normally do their purchases to get a better grasp on what any approach might mean to any individual fleet. And if we have a decent representation, we'll have a better understanding on how to interpret that and interpret it accurately. So any comments or questions? So Bill. And Bill, you look like one of the ones that we would want to talk to for more than one reason from your results. Okay. Your mic doesn't seem to be working.
Bill Habib, OCTA. One of the questions that I have is probably important for us to understand. For several years, we have been talking about this zero emission ruling that has some kind of a sunset for 100% of implementation that as of now appears to be that is 2040. Now, if the regulation were to start, let's say in 2018, what are the target numbers that they are being considered? It's like a 5%, it's going to be linear, it's going to be like a incremental, it's going to be some kind of like some benefit for early implementators, similar to what was done with the alternative fuel transition. Can you shed some of those thoughts?
Well, I can tell you what was in concept covered in what our initial May proposal, and so I can say we specifically did not put a schedule in because we thought it was important to get more information, including operational issues and a better understanding of purchase cycles before we actually put a schedule together, and even looking at cost. So we didn't specify a schedule at that time. As you may know, on the books right now, the regulation says you have to buy 15% zero emission buses, but that was put on hold, and that was the larger transits. So now we're taking a fresh look. Low NOx engines didn't exist back then either, and so that we've incorporated that in our proposal. And then in some planning documents, there is an implied schedule in the mobile source strategy, for instance. And so you could kind of default to one of those, as at least the mindset was, 15% purchases kind of gets you to 15% of your fleet in, relatively short order. But the longer term goal is to identify where zero emissions makes the most sense. And then, then if it doesn't make sense, then the low NOx engines renewable fuel combination would be the default approach. So I think we're a little bit closer on costs. I know Steve said $1 billion. When we do the analysis and you look at the latest information, we're pretty much in the cost parity discussion, depending on individual scenarios or individual situations. And that's where I think going to look at individual fleet comparisons and understanding those barriers gives us the opportunity to identify issues. Like LA pointed out, is if you're going to have to buy 30% more buses, it's a no-go situation. So our default would be that they wouldn't do any more zero-emission buses to whatever that point was, and they would go low NOx engines unless the technology improved. And the depot type example. Opportunity charging or on-route charging is an option. There's no limit on range. How does that fit in? Not sure. Fuel cell, yeah, thank you. So fuel cell buses, right now it's, again, there's been some pretty significant changes, but how do we potentially support their development so that they become a practical option? That's an important question. In terms of credits and opportunities, we want to encourage people to do stuff now. So we would be more than happy to consider ideas on how to do that and what that type of incentive would be. And then financially too, we're going to try to answer the question is what would it take if there were different sources of funds? What would be the most responsible way to administer it for a variety of reasons? And how would that fit in with the proposed schedule? And so that's why there's a sort of, we kind of need both pieces of the equation. And so to us, it was first, let's get a grasp on the costs both on the cash flow, upfront capital, as well as long-term total cost of ownership basis, so that we could then play with looking at different schedules and understand what it means for individual fleets, because that might change the way we approach it. So,
one question probably for Matt. Prior to breaking up for lunch, you were indicating that you were looking for some kind of suggestions of instruments or tools that we as a transit operators can use to better gauge what are we going to be getting into. So Matt provided a good chart. We ran some of those numbers in our facility when we received it, but I believe that based on today's discussion and other discussions, he can also probably enter into some of those tables the cost, the current known cost of the technology. So as an end result of that, if you enter the quantity of buses that you may be required or that you are planning on incorporating, you can walk away with a round number of how much it's going to cost, and everybody in the room can probably provide some comments in regard the numbers are accurate, the numbers are not accurate, because Steve is raising a very good point. It seems like there is a discrepancy between the suppliers of the technology of what is going to be the future price of the hardware. So as an end result of that, if a table is circulated with the differential cost, okay, if you have this number of buses, most likely they require opportunity charging. If you deploy this quantity of buses, most likely based on this available technology and these expenses, you're not going to require opportunity charging. So what you'll do depot charging. So those kind of tools, they can probably be beneficial for us transit operators.
and then for us too, it would be, this is kind of where the case studies play in. It's, we'd like to understand within an operation of a given individual transit, what would make sense for their operation, and to do an analysis on an individual transit basis as well, so that then when we look at different strategies and different schedules, that we would understand what it means for a particular entity, and then that variation too.
We're doing something like this today because at the end of the year, we all need to file our emissions, and we all use the same chart. We all log into the same web page. We record the emissions of our fleet, and we arrive with the profile of emissions that each one of the operating fleet in the States are polluting today. So it's not unreasonable to develop some kind of chart that can be used uniformly among us transit operators.
Dave Shupak, LA Metro. Bill, you raised an interesting point about, certain percentages of the fleet may have to be opportunity charging, some depot charging, and so forth. And as one of the large, or I guess the largest in the state here, it would create, I think it's unrealistic for CARB to come down and say, okay, you need to do opportunity charging for some percentage of your fleet, or dictating how we achieve these goals versus voluntarily setting a target that we can achieve through our own means. I mean, it's unrealistic for us to go off and put opportunity charging all around LA County. It's just not in the deal. Jess Montez.
Jess Montez, LA Metro. To follow on to what people are saying here, there's a lot of very intelligent people here who best know their own agency's needs. And that's why I like the fact that you're setting goals, but I'd like to have more flexibility for the agencies to decide what's best, how they best can achieve it. They know their systems much better than we do. And so if we can just give them that flexibility to achieve those requirements, I think that'd be best.
Okay. I'll add to that. It's, right now for the next meeting, the purpose of that would be to be broad thinking as what are mechanisms that we could use to create a goal and a target that then fleets could meet, and what are the pros and cons of different approaches. So I think that'll be the topic for the next meeting, or the primary. But in terms of, and so the only difference that I have is working with some of the transits and understanding what would be practical, what their barriers are, would also help us understand what the limitations of any approach would be. And so we'd like to work with you too on understanding that.
Yeah, I mean, Steve Shupak again. Yeah, we're completely agreeable and would welcome the opportunity to collaboratively work for a solution that works for us, but then each and every other agency, based on their size and their needs, would have to come up with their own individual solutions. We can't just rely on one size fits all for all transit in California. It's not realistic.
No, and I think even with well, we were never looking at prescribing the strategy. It's zero emissions is the area of debate and how much, but
15% sure did sound like prescription.
No, that's what's on the books.
Yeah,
right. And it was.
Yeah.
I mean, it was, and there's more than one way to get there, and we're open to ideas. And frankly, if we could all agree to an approach forward, I think that meets all of our stated goals, we'd be more happy to accommodate it and present it.
Hey, Tony, Chris Young with Cummins Pacific. So going back to range, when you showed the statistics about what each agency does in terms of range, another good measure is hours of operation or energy consumption. You know, there's warm-up time, you know, with heating and air conditioning, and then there's cool down time as well. So one agency that runs 150 miles a day may use less energy or more energy than an agency that runs more or less. So there's other considerations than just miles driven per day.
Yes, and I think again, in concept, we're trying to identify where it is practical to operate zero-emission vehicles given the state of technology today and some of the cost issues, and identify those in a clear way as an area that we wouldn't suggest it or propose it forward, and in terms of how a flexible approach could do that, and the mechanism to do that, I think are the details that we need to be able to work out to find a way to address those, because we know everybody's not the same, and we're trying to be very cognizant of that in the way we look at this and structure it. So we're not looking to say, here's a schedule that looks like it works on the average, everybody has to do it, including if you're on the fringe. We would need a way to address that. I don't right now know the best mechanism, but I think we can discuss that. Lisa.
Hi. I actually had just took some notes from comments from earlier. So one of the questions I had was on the emission warranty. I know that ARB does a program as it relates to warranty, and I would like to know what would be under that warranty program as it relates to parts, like what is considered to be the part for the battery electric vehicles as it relates to warranty. It's called the emission warranty, or do you know?
No, at first I thought you were talking about diesel or CNG engine durability requirements or something like that.
So is there nothing as it relates to the battery itself? Or I know there is hybrid falls under it. So I just didn't know if the...
Oh, yeah, okay. I think on light duty cars...
So it's not, it has nothing to do with trans.
There's anything
okay, I'm just curious if it did or didn't. Okay.
No certification.
And then on the calculator, the one thing I wanted to bring up that was missing when it comes to an actual kilowatt cost. You know, the advertised kilowatt cost is clear and it's depicted on the calculator. But what is missing is 15 to 20% of fees. Under San Diego Gas and Electric, for example, there's taxes and fees that are called taxes and fees on electric charges. And then there's also bond charges, public purpose programs, nuclear decommissioning, competition transition charge, local generation. That all generates about 20% total, 15 to 20%. And so the more kilowatts you use, the more that cost goes up. And basically the way it comes down to is if I'm going to compare cost per mile, I've got my diesel, which I can buy renewable diesel fuel at $2.70. And I could divide that by my miles per gallon at 22 on a 4-cylinder bus. I'm down to 12 cents per gallon. And when I go to my demand charges included, and this is what it comes down to really costs associated to, is when we're getting down to these costs associated with electric vehicles, you know, the demand is a real catch-22 right now. We've got SDG&E that's got $22 per demand charges and $19. You've got PG&E, who's right up there too, where you've got SMUD at $3. You know, there's some pretty vastly different costs in California as it relates to demand charges. And as we move forward to try to penetrate, those costs are going to have a huge negative effect as it relates to this cost per mile.
So I think we're all very familiar at this point with the issue of demand charges. It's been well established that those exist and that they're highest in San Diego. As far as the taxes and fees, I'm not aware of the taxes on electricity. I wasn't aware that those existed. As far as the other fees, nuclear decommissioning charges, those all appear in the breakdown of your rate schedule. So the final cost that you pay, that is your dollars per kilowatt hour and dollars per kilowatt, it's already included in there, and it should already be included in this rate calculator. I will check on it, however, but when we put the costs in there, it was taken from the final cost on the rate schedule, which underneath, as all the sub-items, included like the nuclear decommissioning charge.
And you're right, that is included, except for unless you actually have an invoice, you won't see those fees. So I've got the invoices for you. And I can show you the generation and the delivery charges, which match exactly those kilowatt charges, as well as your meter service charge. But all of the other costs are 100% missing. And you won't see them unless I actually pulled that same statement or the same rate schedule to look at it myself to see if I could find it. And unless you're an actual customer, you're not going to see all those fees. And it's generated in the bill.
Okay, we'll connect offline.
I would make one additional, or kind of, let's just say, outreach on behalf of everybody that's motivated about the whole demand charge and the utility rate issue, is to reach out and have a meeting with the Janae Scott's advisor and Neil Cristomo, and there's another gentleman whose name escapes me, but I can get it before the end and you guys can post it. And they are right now accepting comments and taking meetings, because they will be doing responding, because CT, I guess Michael's going to comment next, that there is going to be a rate established. Southern California Edison already has a proposed rate for the heavy duty side of things that would change the way demand charges are sourced, and also change the time of off-peak and their super off-peak as a result of all the renewables on the grid. So there's an opportunity to do something, and the PUC is going to be listening, because that's their mandate under SB 350.
Michael.
Hey, Tony, I just wanted to revisit one statement you made just now, because it's somewhat, to me, baffling, which is that you feel that the regulation, as you guys are engineering it, is something that would be at price parity with the status quo. You refuted Steve's earlier assertion that it could be on the order of several billions of dollars. And I don't know how we get there if there's broad disagreement over the cost of buses, over the high electricity rates, as was just discussed. We've got dwindling incentives. So I don't know how we can put forward this notion so early on in these conversations that it would be at parity. And I'm also then concerned, as Todd brought up earlier today, that this regulation is included within the state implementation plan, and it's got a price tag of $95 million through 2031. So I guess my question is, how can you come to this conclusion? And from staff's perspective, is it a done deal? I mean, do you guys have in mind what it is that you want to see? And this is more of kind of a charade, because it just seems to me curious that you could let out with it would be at price parity, with so much still uncertain and so many conversations that need to be had.
What I was referring to there was, if you simply modeled the cost of operating a bus that you buy at today's prices and look at the savings that the maintenance costs would show, and the fuel cost savings with LCFS, the total cost of ownership is very similar. And there's going to be some variation there, but I don't think billions is the correct interpretation of something that we would do. And that's why getting to these a narrower focus, we can do that, and we have guarded against putting out specific numbers with the given assumptions to make sure that we're kind of get to the same page, and I feel like we're in that narrower range at this point. And I think it seems like what you're potentially requesting is like, well, maybe we should show you how that analysis will work. I think, Steve, you would ultimately have the same results because we essentially have the same model. That still has high upfront capital costs any way you look at it, even in the cost parity example. And that's still an issue I think we need to address. I think that does influence what we look at. The parts that we don't have the best estimates right now still are in site-specific expansion infrastructure. We have an estimate for it that I think is reasonable based on what Antelope Valley is doing, but we anticipate that it'll be different at different sites. Steve, I think, has already done an evaluation for his property that is higher, and we would want to factor that in. So none of that presumes that we've specifically identified a strategy or a schedule, because had we done that, we would have put one out already. And as I mentioned, the next key topic is what are different ways that we could look at implementing a strategy, and we're still looking to what is the best way to do that. And I think, as was discussed before, it's give us a target to shoot at, but give us flexibility in how to do it. We're more than receptive to that concept, and that's something we were trying to do. The question is how, and so I guess I'll tee it up for the next meeting. It's other things that we are interested in addressing is how can we encourage transits to transport people more efficiently, a little outside the box, not just buses and not just rail, but even other things. And if we can factor that in and provide opportunities for people to take advantage of either existing programs or something they're already looking to do, that would ultimately reduce emissions, improve overall efficiency. We're looking for ways to do that. And that's, I think, one of the items that we would intend to cover in September, presuming that there's not a conflict with the significant number of the members at the end of the month. Want to add to that? Yeah.
Yeah, and let me add a little bit that I've specifically wanted this conversation to be as much on cost and try to get away from the discussion on what the proposal looked like until we were closer on costs. But we've put everything we have out there. We've looked at all the data that we could find, gathered it, put it down on paper, and shared it. And so we welcome comments on that data, and we welcome feedback. But from what we've seen, I think the way Tony characterized it is correct. Certainly in the longer term, but even in the nearer term, when you're looking at life cycle costs, there is an opportunity for cost parity for a percentage of a fleet. And the question is, is that enough to craft a regulation around? The other point I wanted to bring across was the discussion on the SIP, which came up several times. There is a control measure in the SIP for advanced clean transit, absolutely. So that is a control measure, and we're planning on going to our board with an advanced clean transit board measure. But if you read it closely, you will see that we very carefully put a lot of flexibility in there. We've characterized it in ways that leaves us open to working with you on control measures, on different options, on different flexibilities to try and get to the end goal, which I think is exactly what a lot of people in this room have talked about. That is our desire. It's our desire to push advanced technology, to get zero emission technology out there where it makes sense, to get cleaner air for the residents and the bus riders, and do it in a cost-effective way. So that flexibility was very carefully put in there by us in response to a lot of what we heard here.
Bill. There's a microphone behind you.
Thanks. Bill Habib here, OCTA. I believe that one of the items that is on the table is something that was successfully implemented through the fleet rule. The fleet rule was not requiring any implementation of technology, but was requiring some kind of emissions reductions through time, and it was left to us, operators, basically, to select a path. And I think that something similar to that can probably be successful based on the challenges that we're facing today.
And I think that's consistent with what's been described as a performance-based approach. So we intend to definitely cover that.
Yeah, Steve Shupak, LA Metro. It's good to hear that we're throwing out flexibility. One of the dynamics that we operate in is with a 2,300 bus fleet with 2,900 assignments is we may have a vehicle go out on Monday and do 22 hours or 22 and a half hours and then come in, get fueled up, cleaned up, and then the next day go out on a 150-mile tripper run or a 100-mile tripper run. So not being able to assign a vehicle to a route and having that flexibility of moving vehicles around is something that's paramount to our operation being successful.
Yeah, and I think what we're trying to look for is, given the goals, is what do you think the best way to do it? And you know, we could approach this in a number of different ways, and which Paul is here too. But the mechanism that we use and the schedule, frankly, that we look at, I mean, we're trying to provide a clear signal to the market, obviously a clear signal to the transits, and, you know, achieve the emissions reductions in a responsible way. And so, you know, to the extent that you have a proposed approach that makes sense for your agency, we would want to look at that and say, does that make sense as a strategy for a much broader group or not? Or do they really need to be individually crafted? That would be much more challenging. But I think there's a way to identify it, and that's one of the reasons we didn't want to put a specific schedule, because I think, you know, depending on what a given schedule or a given target is something that we need to do and understand, not just on the emissions, but also on the practical operability and likely to be successful strategy. And we want to avoid a situation where there's uncertainty because something can't practically be done and there's uncertainty as to what's going to be done next. So we want to provide something that gives you kind of a business certainty. There's always risk in everything that you do, but you manage that risk based on the actual situation in the market. And so rules and regulatory strategies are ultimately another factor, and we can craft them in a way that is less disruptive, or we can make it very disruptive, and we're trying to make it as least disruptive as we can. So, and you know, for manufacturers too, it's to provide them some clear expectation as to what the market might look like, and then they're going to take some risks too and make investments potentially that they might not with an ambiguous goal. So, with that, I'll let Steve and then Bernie go last, and then we'll close the meeting, and we'll continue it in the near future, and we'll be available to discuss here any individual item as long as anybody wants to stay.
I'll be real quick. I never got a chance to comment on the battery or the electricity cost calculator. Okay. I think it would be prudent at this point to put a disclaimer of some kind on the website that this is a draft version, not a published version, because I didn't see anything there, you know, clearly stating that, you know, there's more work to be done here. Because quite frankly, somebody called me on the phone and said, hey, what do you think of this calculator? And I said, well, it's fine as long as you're not worried about surprises when the electricity bill comes, because, you know, assuming that every bus, every charging station is going to have a separate meter makes a huge difference. Also, the calculator is built in with 1.7 kilowatt hours per mile, and you can't change that. And we all know most people aren't getting that. And in fact, that's way lower than some are achieving. Mm-hmm. So at least, you know, as you work, and you acknowledge, you know, those issues that you're still working on, and that's great. I think you should put some kind of a disclaimer that, you know, there's some problems still before people download this with the assumption that they can rely on it, because that's some pretty big numbers. And then
we'll default to 2.1. Does that make sense?
I think you should default to whatever the transit agency thinks they're going to get. If
and we'll make sure it's 2.1. Yeah. We'll make sure it's a variable so that people can change it.
And maybe that's based on central business district versus arterial versus commuter, something like that, because 1.7 is undershooting it in most of the cases.
Yeah, we already had a discussion. We clued into that last week, and we do intend to update it, but we wanted to have a conversation about it first.
Yeah, so my only request was, and that's great, I mean, you identified that there was still work to be done. You should clearly, you know, put a disclaimer or something on there that this is a draft that's still under, you know, revision. And then the other area is I think we should be careful about wandering off into the world of, where this regulation is going to include things like, transit-oriented development and passenger miles driven and all those things. We already have a state law, SB 375. We have very aggressive goals at the MPO level that we're working for. Transit plays a very big part in those goals. Just like the LCFS, we don't want it to double count. We're basically just, doing a redo on that same regulation that already exists.
Exactly. That's critical in crafting something flexible.
Yeah, so I think we need to keep this, narrowly focused on, what is our tailpipe emissions of our buses and not that whole other realm that's covered by other, regulatory agencies.
But, okay, so are you speaking for Golden Gate specifically? Because that's not, well, I don't interpret that as the same as what CTA was asking for in the flexibility and performance space.
When we talked about performance-based, it was in terms of tailpipe emissions and what the fleet technologies are and setting goals for our reductions in climate change pollutants and criteria pollutants. We didn't talk about a performance-based standard that included all these. My question would be, and I'll let Michael speak for the CTA, he's much better at that than I am. From my perspective, how do you build a regulation that does those things? I mean, I'm fearful that we'll end up with a regulation that's so broad that we'll end up having to hire a staff full of people to administer it. And
I'll make this comment so we can get feedback later.
So I think the narrower we keep this regulation focused, I think the better we'll be able to administer it and have some chance of succeeding in implementing it.
Okay. So we had understood the request as being open to essentially anything that a transit could do, and that's even not.
Let me get this very specific question in here and get your feedback. If we had a flexibility option credit or whatever in some way, shape, or form for some of the things Tony was talking about, would you be opposed to that? Just not the core part of the regulation, but for some transit agencies that want to do innovative technologies in order to increase their efficiency, is that problematic?
I would say that that's not something that we've contemplated in the past. So it'd be something I want to take back to my members and discuss. I think it would honestly depend on the agency and their ability to implement something of that sort. I mean, you may have some more sophisticated transit agencies who have that capacity, but some of the smaller agencies may not have the staff on hand to go about advancing things that are beyond transit.
Okay, so Bernie and
I'm going to jump back a little bit to a number of comments that have been made about rates, electricity rates, and about demand charges. And I think what's been left out of this discussion is the contribution that PV solar can make, not only to reducing or eliminating demand charges, but also to stabilizing rates. And I know there'll be a lot of questions about what's the cost, but there are literally dozens of providers in the state of California who will build the PV on site and guarantee rates for 15 to 20 years. In some cases, they're flat. In some cases, they're at a small increase per year, and there are options. But PV solar will actually reduce or eliminate demand charges and stabilize or flatten rates for the long term. And that's been left out of this discussion. And they'll do it without any investment on the transit agency's part.
So we'll take one last comment from David, and then we'll just close and continue.
Yeah, David Warren, New Flyer. It seems like it was so long ago, but Lisa, you raised questions about the emissions warranty. Did I hear that correct? So, Tony, I just want to remind you that I believe ARB has weighed in as it pertains to warranty requirements for the HVIP program. So,
incentives.
There's some minimum standards for or requirements for OEMs to meet that.
Okay, and so in the case of battery electric, you're referring to a minimum battery warranty kind of?
It was, I think even the motor, it was the energy storage system and perhaps a motor that there was some minimum requirements.
Okay. Sure, since it's the same topic.
Right here.
Well, I was pleased to hear what BYD and Proterra is doing with the 12-year warranty, because that's exactly prudent, and it is certainly the appropriate thing to be doing with early adoption. You've got new dealers out there that are not doing that. They're doing nothing basically other than a 60,000-mile warranty. That's not good enough. And this is a perfect opportunity to put it into the HVIP as an agreement. That would be my thoughts. And on the cost side, we have not also talked about infrastructure. Somehow, there's a huge cost associated with running battery electric vehicles, and the infrastructure cost is $100,000 plus. And that's a cost that is absorbed as you move into this type of space. And there should be some type of incentive program moved forward through funding with ARB or CEC.
All righty. So like to...
Tony, just real quick, I want to just add that, Jack asked a question, and Michael said we haven't really talked about that at CTA, and Mr. Miller here didn't want to talk for CTA. As the, whatever we're calling me, vice chair of the Transit Advisory Group, I think flexibility is something we are very interested in, and I think we would like a conversation about that. And I'm just going to, because it means different things to different people. So
yes.
In Contra Costa County, we have 4 bus operators, and we have BART. And then we have a very aggressive transportation authority headed by someone who used to head Caltrans, who's very much into technology. We are going to test in Contra Costa County driverless shuttles if we get the legislation approved. Now, it's not our agency, but the transportation authority is. And those board members cross with my board, and they're talking about a future that has driverless electric shuttles. Mm-hmm. Mixing with my system, and where I would be the backbone system, maybe with 40-foot buses that might not be the first candidates for a ZEB route. So I see the potential there, and I would like to have that conversation further offline or before the next meeting.
No,
so I just wanted to make sure you guys were aware of that. Yeah. And I know that if Paul were here, he would say, I want my light rails to count, because he's going to be taking buses off the street and adding light rail service over the years down in San Diego, and that's part of our flexibility as well that we hope you'll consider.
Okay, and we did understand that part of it.
Okay.
Okay. So, okay, great. And so that'll be interesting discussion. Well, I'd like to learn the particulars of yours. I think that'll be one of the key topics, and we'll move from there. So I do thank everybody for participating. By all means, send us any comments that you choose to after this meeting about the particular documents, and we'll let you know of the next one. But again, we're shooting for end of September if we can hold that schedule. So thank you.